All right, all right, all right. Oh my goodness, it has been such a long, long time. I am so. Oh my gosh. Oh boy. All right, here we go. Mm-mm-mm. All right, it looks like everything's all. Looks like everything's all set up. Hopefully everything's working. It looks like everything is good to go. Uh. Well, first of all, let me ask the most important question. How are we all doing today? Are we all doing well? How are we all doing today? Are we excited? Are we ready for this wonderful stream to happen? I'm hoping we are, because I know I'm excited. I'm ready to see some more Asterion. As I was politely corrected by one of my good friends over in the Furry VN chat. I was told that I do not use his name correctly. It is apparently how you say the word is Asterion, and I've been called Astrian. And I feel bad because I like Asterion a lot. Like, oh my gosh, like, so much. Oh, okay. Thank you, friend. Somebody told me to fix my mic. Apparently, it's only on the left channel. Um. Oh, geez. Okay, let me try to fix that. Hold on. How do I do that? How do I fix it? Uh, I apologize in advance, everyone. This is a new microphone. How do I do that? I probably should have checked this out earlier. Mm. Mm. Sorry, everyone. Just bear with me a moment. Let me try to figure out what I'm doing. Like I said, this is a new microphone. Uh, Langwing, I will give you my cute howl in a moment. I just have to get this mic fixed. How do I set it to mono output? Can I audio? Oh, nope. Stop. Audio. Mm. Wait, can I not? Why can't I change that? Mm. Okay. See, this is what happens. I was like, I'm gonna do this today, and then I'm like, oh, probably should have looked into this earlier. How do I fix this? Desktop. Analog. Sorry, I'm still finagling. Advanced sources. Hold on, everyone. I gotta figure out how to fix this. I'm not sure how to fix this. Properties. Advanced audio properties. Oh, I think I figured it out. Question mark. Okay. Does it sound better now, everyone, or no? Is it still off? Okay, I was told I have a. Okay. Like I said, technical difficulties. It's fine. Uh, Okay, hold on. Let me see what I can do. Off electric line. I promise we'll stream this today. Okay, you said the wine's gone. Okay, the wine's gone, but is it... the microphone I got is a, it's oops, sorry. It's oh, I can't speak today. It's AT2035. Yeah, AT2035. It's an Audio Technica. Okay, I'm told the wine's gone. I hope that that's still... Hope that's still... fine. As far as I know, it should be good now. Hope I can't speak today. Oh, why is there 3 mics? Hold on. Oh, jeez. Sorry, everyone. Like I said, this is why we deal with this stuff. So I have 3 mics on here now. Yeah, I'll do that. Sorry, everyone. Once again, apologies. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. Yeah, I hear it. Okay. No, I can hear it. I can hear it. Yeah. Jeez. I don't even know how to fix it. Like I said, this is my first time using this. Well, not my first time. Let me rephrase that. You know, I'm gonna delete the whole thing. And then if I reload it, what happens? Okay. Okay. Hello, hello, hello. Testing, testing. Okay. Testing, testing. Nope, it's still there. Jeez. I have no idea how to get rid of the wine either. Like I said, everyone, bear with me a moment. Does it sound okay now? Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. We fixed it. Okay. Oh my goodness. So, besides all those technical issues, which I spent way too long on, um, hello everyone, and welcome to a brand new episode of Minotaur Hotel with your host, with your host, Fallenwolf. Arr! So, besides all of that, let's also add in the music. So very, very brief. We're gonna get very brief because I spent way too long on that. I did not mean to spend that long on that. I bought a new microphone. I've been waiting to buy a new microphone. This is an XLR microphone, which is a lot better than a USB. The one I have is a AT2035, which is fantastic mic, by the way. Very reasonable price. So far, I've enjoyed the quality that I've heard, besides the technical issues I've had. The difference with an XLR mic, though, is you have to buy an audio mixer to be able to connect it with your computer. So I also bought a Focusrite Scarlett Solo audio interface. And I'm loving it so far. I really am enjoying it, and hopefully you guys will be able to hear my new voice, and it'll sound a lot better than what it sounded like previously, because that was a huge thing for me. I wanted I wanted very, proper, very well quality audio quality, and hopefully you'll get that now. But with that being said, though, I'm gonna get in the swing of things. I'm so sorry for the delays we've had. I really do apologize, but let's move on. The bull and I set off. Oh, I like this thing. Oh, this is the bird talking. What voice did I give the bird? This is the what voice did I give him? I drove on the roads by the cliff walls, passing by each of the decaying villages on our way up the hinterlands. I could never stomach their names: Bloody Goat, Skin Taper, and the Crown Jewel Drowned Taper. The boy asked half a dozen more questions about the charm. I answered just enough for them to keep him happy without having him run his mouth off. He did ask the one question that mattered, though. Where are we going, sir? We're visiting a family friend. She's the one who gave me the tip about a Minotaur at the bottom of the valley. Her name's Nini, and she's about 100 years old. Paralyzed from the waist down because of some accident, then bedridden after she got a bad case of Parkinson's. 7 strokes, diabetes, high blood pressure, and on top of all that, she lives off of candy and table salt. Nothing could kill her. Except loss. A while ago, a dog died, ran over by a car, and that almost got her. So if you catch my meaning, Nini's a very sensitive and kind old lady. Treat her with respect. Aye, I can do that, if she gives me the same kindness. If anything, she'll give you too much of it as long as we don't get her angry. And also, because, one of my viewers was nice enough to let me know. If the quality sounds off, you hear that whine again, let me know, and I'll try to see if I can adjust some settings again and take care of that. When we arrived at Drowned Taper, it was about 8 p.m. We didn't have much time left before she went to bed. Her house was near the graveyard at the edge of town. I clapped and called out at the front door until Nini's granddaughters took us in. We were told to walk carefully. There were lines of salt across each doorway and bowls of it on the shelves and table, a part of which burned sweet-scented candles. The paint on the walls was peeling and flaking. The furniture, all of it, was covered by thick plastic sheets. There were half a dozen young women around the dining table. All of them had their gazes locked onto the flat-screen TV playing an old, grainy soap opera. From a door off the side came a voice I knew too well, sweeter than cane sugar and more nauseating as well. Oh boy, I gotta give an old sweet voice. Oh, that's gonna be interesting. By the heavens, is that an angel I'm seeing? It was directed at Storm. He and I entered the room. Oh. Excuse me? Yes, an angel. Could you be one? Ah, yes, that's it. Our Lord and Savior sent a big, handsome angel to take me away with style. I knew it. God exists and he knows what I like. Yes, sirree. Thank you, Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, too, for sending me such a fine gentleman. What brings you here, cutie? Is there something my granddaughters can get for you? Anything at all? Ma'am, I'm sorry, but I think you must be mixing me up with someone else. I'm ugly as sin. No, sir, you're something else. Oh, okay, we getting, I forgot. Fancy words. Seraphim? Hold on, I'm gonna actually listen. I'm actually going to look up the word so I don't fuck up. Oops, and I shouldn't have said the F word because you know how YouTube has been lately. YouTube does not take kindly lately on streams. I'm gonna listen to the word.
Seraphim.
Seraphim. Okay, there you go. Thank you, Google. Thank you, Google. Google is so perfect. No, sir, you're something else. Sephiroth, Archangel, my very own revelation. Oh, wow. Thank you, ma'am. Oh, it's nothing, dearie. Oh, it's a pleasure having a guest so handsome and polite. Oh, and you. Yes, it's a pleasure seeing you, too. Likewise, Birdie. Pity it's only been a few hours. I'd hope it'd take you longer to find them. Did you now? It's almost my bedtime, you silly sparrow, and I'm just so hungry, too. Your grandkids had plenty of food back there. Why don't you have a proper dinner? But none of it's sweet. I've already given you all the candy I brought. Wasn't that enough? No, sirree. I ate it all already. Would it be too much if... I'm not going out for more sweets. You said you'd answer my questions, so now... You're always so serious. I'm just pulling your feathers. So, she knows you're... Yes, she does. She knew my grandfather, and together they searched for the hotel I told you about. Nini, this is Storm. He and I had a talk, and we struck a deal. He'll help me find the place. So he's the boy I heard about. The Minotaur near the bottom of the valley. Oh, I got a buzzing again? Oh, dang it. I asked people to tell me if I had the buzzing. Oh, jeez. Okay, hold on. Let's see what's wrong. I promise you guys, I'll figure this out eventually. I promise. Eventually. Let's see what's wrong. I wonder what that buzzing is. I'm very curious about it now. Hold on, everyone. I wonder what that buzzing is. I'm very curious about it now. Hold on, I'm gonna mute something for a second so I can hear. Chuck, I don't hear it. Are you sure? I feel like I... hold on. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. Let me do some finagling again. Chuck, you sure you're not later? You sure you're not earlier in the stream? I don't hear it. I don't hear it. I'm gonna keep going. If somebody else says it, then I will go back. But I don't hear it. Anyway. Move. You sure you're not earlier in the stream? Here we go. So he's the boy I heard about, the Minotaur near the bottom of the valley. Yes, for once in your life, the gossip was right. And in exchange, you made a charm for him. You could say that. Yes, I see. The resemblance is uncanny. You're too young to have a kid his age, but otherwise I'd bet a love serenade on him being your son. What are you talking about? I only met this guy today. We ain't related. This guy? Sorry, boss, sir. That's better. To answer your question, it's because of the ritual we performed. We made your charm by extending my oath to you, a contract with humanity, as I've explained before. The magic in your charm is similar to what's inside mine, and I use my feather to write your oath, so to speak. As long as you use that charm, you'll look somewhat similar to me, a bit younger, though. Everyone will take him for your brother. How old are you, young man? I'm 21, ma'am. And you, Birdie, 29? 30. That could work as our cover story, then. We'll say he's my younger brother. But enough of all that. You were right the first time after all, and you told me you had another lead on the hotel. Ah, yes. Before I start, let me introduce myself to the little flower. Now, Storm was it? Everyone around here calls me Nini, and you're welcome to do the same. And this sorry excuse for a gentleman, if he's following the example of his bird-brained grandfather, is P. Pee-Pee back when he was a boy running all over the place. His grandpappy used to bring him out here every now and then. I've known him for many years, long before he became this boring and irritable. So his gramp spent his whole life searching for a very unique place. He told me about that. The Minotaur's hotel, right? Yes, that's right, my little sugar plum. And I had the misfortune of being the one person he convinced to help him find it. He explained to me all he knew about how magic works. I didn't understand it then, but it's quite the privilege. A human being shown these old mysteries, I mean. Now, in all of those years, I've learned a few things you two should know. The stories, the old tales, they always keep repeating, yes? Each generation has it a bit different. The details change, but the stories rhyme. They can skip a line here and there, but that just makes them return stronger. So Pete's grandpapa spent every moment he could looking for this Minotaur's hotel, and now here's the grandkid doing the same exact thing. When I heard gossip about you, a bull-headed boy hiding away in the depths of the valley, well, what could I think? Must be fate, that's what. History rhyming with itself, yes sirree, and I'm sure the two of you can crack this mystery. Now, I promised the little birdie here I had a fresh clue for him, so here's the deal. Grandpappy P and I left no stone unturned. We tried everything, but couldn't find that damned hotel. I'd already given up on it many years ago. But I had a dream last night, and I think it's fate. I dreamt of a mountain, its peak and the path up to it covered by fog thicker than night. Your grandpappy was with me trying to climb it, but it was impossible to see a foot ahead. And then I saw them. Yeah, final. I told you. I think you were earlier in the video because the buzzing has been around for a little bit. Are you sure you're live right now? And then I saw them, all 12 of them, pale and thin like clouds. The ghost of the 12 people your grandfather killed. He didn't kill no one. He wasn't even there when it happened. He snitched on them, and that's why they died in the first place. If that ain't murder, then you can call it whatever you want. It's just as bad. But listen now, my dream showed the solution to this all. To all this. The 12 dead told me and your grandpappy the path to the hotel will reveal itself and our remains are laid to rest. This has to be it, boys. Your grandpappy and I checked every godforsaken rock in this hotel looking for that hotel, but nothing. Nada. Zilch. But that's because the place was shrouded by his bad karma. You need to clean up his mess first. Here's what you'll have to do. Go to the Colonel's mansion and retrieve their mortal remains. Oh, hold on, guys. You know what? I've been so into this, I completely forgot I made tea. Oh, that's some delicious tea right there. Usually when I stream, I try to either try to drink some tea or water just to help my throat stay stay limber. Second, a legend says there's a cross at the bottom of the lake by the dam, down where old skin taper used to be, back before the flood. You need to get it. And finally, with that cross, give them a proper Christian burial where they died. Then, and only then, will the path forward reveal itself. That makes no sense. I don't think these two things are even related. And a mountain? Really? Ghosts? You know, not every weird dream is a premonition. Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. Ooh. Oh, so I don't think she liked it. Uh-oh. You ungrateful son of a... Here I am helping you, and you dare answer like that? Fuck yourself, you ungrateful shit. Go away. Gigi, take them out. Fine, we're going. Thanks for nothing. Nothing? I got you a Minotaur. That's more than your lousy bastard of a grandfather ever accomplished. Now go, see if I care, and good luck finding your goddamn hotel. P, what did you do? Oh my god, P just screwed things up. Well, P, good job. You had one job and you screwed it up. And that's how our meeting with Nini ended. We drove off and parked in the town's plaza. The lampost's harsh yellow light cut the night. A dull buzzing reached us from the clouds of bugs swarming the lights. I gathered my thoughts in every lead I had so far. Well, that was a waste of time. I'm lost. Things seemed to be going well until they weren't. That's just how Nini is. We're lucky she was strapped to the bed, else she'd have thrown one of her candles at us. So, did she give any decent clue on where to find the hotel? I don't know. All that about her dream stank like bullshit to me. Plus, I didn't like her tone when she talked about my grandpa. Is what she said true, though? Did he kill 12 people? Not exactly. He wasn't a bad person, but he didn't have much of a choice, and that led to him getting involved with some bad people. The story's simple. Back in the 40s, my grandpa used to work as a foreman for a politician from these parts, who you might know as the Colonel. Although he didn't have a choice, back then it was forbidden for a peacock to work any other kind of job. Not many people knew we existed, but those who did would pay us for our work. In turn, we were expected to be loyal to an employer alone. That's how peacocks made a living. But then everything went to shit. My grandpa's boss fell out of favor and made some enemies. Those people tried to get rid of Gramps to get back at his boss. He ran away and somehow found his way into this magic hotel. At least that's what he told me. There was a Minotaur there who paid him in diamonds. He was saved from all the mess going on around here, so he planned on staying a few years to save up the money and then, well, get together with his sweetheart and live however they pleased. But then again, things went to shit. The hotel's owner went crazy and kicked everyone out. It happened so quick that no one had the time to retrieve the savings. So that's what you're looking for? Diamonds? And the story is true and they're still there, sure. God knows I could use the money. But that's not what my inheritance is about. What he left me is something a little more unique. Back to the story, though. So my grandpa was thrown out and failed himself back here. By then the Colonel was the boss again, but things weren't as peaceful as they used to be. The Colonel didn't want him doing plain old security. My grandpa became more like a grunt, a paid gun. And there was this whole other mess, too. There was a family of mysticals. That's what we're all called, mythicals. Anyway, they were from a native species of mythical. I heard they were tapers who fed off of dreams and nightmares. Dream eaters, they were called. I don't know the details, but long story short, they were trying to do some native rite of their own, but it got all mixed up. The townsfolk thought they were Satan worshippers. And my grandpa got involved with that because he had no choice. Because he got kicked out of the hotel and didn't want to get gutted by his old employer. A few of the dream eaters managed to escape, but 12 died. That's what Nene was talking about when she said my grandpa killed him. You think that's what you gotta solve? The thing about their mortal remains? Not sure. Violent deaths like that can create curses which can linger on and do all sorts of evil. It might be worth a shot even if I'm not sure that's the solution to my problem. But the Colonel died last week, sir. Rumor is his wife snuffed him out to get the inheritance. There's a whole lot of shit going over there, with the Colonel's relatives showing up and out for revenge. Wouldn't it be smart sticking our noses in the middle of that? Good to know. Anything else I should keep in mind? Well, there's plenty of weirdness going on around these parts. Seen a thing or two myself. The deeper you go into the hinterlands, the worse it gets. If you're looking for any sort of magical thing, then I think we should look into the deepest parts of this place. There's no hotel here, but if you're looking for weirdness, that's where you should go. Is that so? So you're saying you're used to seeing weirdness? Not saying exactly, but I hear things from people who have. Good to keep in mind. I might have to pick your brain for info as we go. For now, though, you're homeless, right? That's a very crude way of saying, so you're homeless, right? I don't know. I'm not really liking P. I'm not really liking him. I like Storm though. Storm seems like a nice guy. Yeah. You okay with staying with me? I booked a room at the inn so you'd have a bed at the least. It'd make it easy and quicker for us to start the day tomorrow. Sure, that sounds better than sleeping on the ground. Good, so first things first, we're getting some food and then calling it a night. But you'll need to take a shower first. You stink. Christ, you're a cunt. Sure am. Oh my gosh. We drove off. Ooh. Chapter 15. All that dazzling dawn has put asunder. New arrivals followed the same general pattern you witnessed when Greta and Ishmael arrived, with Asterion displaying unmatched charisma as he dances around the fact that, yes, he is a Minotaur. He's done this thousands of times already, taken in guests pulled from dire situations who must now face the reality that there is more to the world than what their eyes can see. Around 4 p.m., the last of the new guests trickle in. While you finish some leftover paperwork, you tell Asterion to relax a bit. He grumbles and mutters a thing or two about his duty, but you insist that resting during downtime will give him the energy to be more productive later. That line of thinking is enough to convince him. You're late, Nivik. Yes, you're, well, let's see here. You missed that I was struggling to get this mic working properly. There was a lot of ringing noises and it wasn't syncing properly. That was about 15-20 minutes of the stream. Then after that, we just finished up with the hinterlands. Storm, and P, from the end of the last part, still trying to discover the hotel, and they're not really having any luck. They're still trying to find Minotaur Hotel. And besides that, I just discussed at the beginning. I just discussed about my new microphone I got. I have an XLR microphone now for the more professional quality streams and voiceovers, which I'm super excited for. He's not here right now, but I promise you, I'm going to beat my good friend Blade at the voice acting game. North Grizz, I'm gonna beat you. You're gonna watch this later. We're gonna be having a nice little competition to see who can get their first professional voice acting role. I'm just messing with him. I love North. North was such a fantastic guy. He's been a really good friend. I'm really happy I met him. So is Dirk. The two of them have been really nice friends. I'm only messing around with him. He goes off for about an hour, after which he returns with his Lear in tow. By then, the sun has begun to set and the reception area is empty. Lilac and orange clouds snake from the valley's west end over the hotel, reaching out towards the horizon to the east. Behind them, the sky has taken on a purple hue, starting at a pale shade and darkening a notch every time you glance outside. You lean back in your chair, basking in the natural light as the room falls into a velvety dusk of its own. Surrounded by the scent of aged paper, soft, almost reminiscent of vanilla, you are left to contemplate the sunset vista, perturbed only by the dying breeze from the desert beyond. Astarion's fingers dance over his lyre's strings, not quite daring to pluck. Just the tension of grazing against them is enough to ring the faintest of notes, so discreet as to be rendered inaudible by so much as another person's breathing. You may not know the song he's playing, if any at all, but nonetheless you can anticipate a note here and there. You tap a finger to the melody, at least half the time you get it right. There the two of you remain suspended between silence and stray notes. You look him in the eyes. It takes the Minotaur half a minute to feel your gaze and look up from the strings. When he does, he gives you a half smile, but his finger slips and the note he's been courting sounds off. Oh. You look away, he does the same, and then both meet again as if on cue. You chuckle, he grunts, his lyre continues its meandering song. His gaze turns pensive, however, when it falls on your armband. His lips part to say something, but an approaching discord makes him freeze. Outside, you hear a car approaching. From your respective angles, only Astarion can see the car. He lets out a sputtering cough just as a large presence trundles in. Whoa! Who the hell is this guy? Oh my gosh! Is this a demon? Oh my gosh. What? How many mythical creatures are we gonna meet? Oh my goodness, it's a demon. Is this a demon? It's a demon, isn't it? It's a demon, I'm calling it, it's a demon. Okay, so now we have demons. Okay, alright. Interesting. Okay, what voice should I give this guy? What do people think? So he's a demon. Okay, Nivik. Yeah, I thought so. He's a demon. Okay. So now we have demons here. That's very interesting. Okay. What voice should I give him? I'm thinking to myself. Good afternoon. Oh no, should I give like a studious voice? Deep studious voice? Hey Chase, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. How you been? Good afternoon, gentlemen. You know what, we're gonna go with that. Or no, it should be like groggily, right? He's a demon. Groggily, I'm trying to think. Oh. Good afternoon, gentlemen. No, but that's it. I wouldn't do that voice, but I would use that voice for everyone. You know, we're gonna give him like a kind of like a studious voice. I think that because he looks very well dressed, so perhaps a studious. Robert. Oh, Robert. Is that what his name is? I'm sure we'll find out. I'm assuming that's the demon's name. I can't do a Swiss accent. I'm sorry. I'm not even gonna try. I don't want to upset any people. I will upset a lot of people. I can't do a Swiss accent. I can do a Swedish accent, but I cannot do a Swiss. No, it's a sweet. Yeah, I can't do a Swiss. I'm sorry. We're not doing a Swiss accent. That's one of the few things. That's one of the few things I can't do. I'm sorry. That's not gonna happen. That's interesting, though. Alright. I'm just gonna give him a studious voice. We'll go with it. Good afternoon, gentlemen. The creature between you and Astarion carries a suitcase in either hand. One small enough to be carried at his side, and the other a storage trunk too unwieldy not to drag. He gives Astarion only a passing glance before settling on you. Pardon my ignorance, but is this establishment a hotel? He snorts, but his hardened nostrils do not flare. His throat lets out a grave hum, almost a purring, and his body admits a bonfire's warmth. Yes, this is a hotel. He remains unfazed by your delayed response. Excellent. Once more, pardon my ignorance. I saw no sign of the road indicating this place's nature or its name. Regardless, I am glad the directions were correct. Please excuse my untimely arrival. Assuming you have a vacancy for a guest without a booking, I would like to check in. If possible, I would like to stay for 28 days. He pulls from his pockets a booklet and credit card and lays them on the desk. You will find my documentation is in order. My name is Robert of Geneva, and you may consider me a Swiss citizen. You may check my passport. You will find I'm a law-abiding citizen like any other. I see. You open his passport. His pages are filled with stamps from all over the world. The page of his personal information features a picture of a surly-looking man. It does bear some resemblance to the demon in front of you, but only in a very abstracted way. As your eyes focus on it, however, the enhancement fades away gradually. Robert's face is revealed beneath the glamour. Well, I suppose it all checks out. If you could just fill out these forms, sir. Oh my gosh, he's even got glasses? Oh, I love this. He's even got glasses. Oh, this is... okay. Okay. He seems very professional indeed. It's very interesting. With pleasure. From your attitudes, I take it that my kind are not unwelcome here. This hotel takes in those who are lost. If you found your way here, then I take it you fit the bill. As with any other guest, you will be welcome, so long as you abide by our code of conduct. You'll find a copy of it included with the paperwork. Is that so? Let's see. Of course, these terms are uncontroversial. I am happy to see you have such strong norms here. Very fitting. Very well. Is everything in order? It would seem so. Asterion, could you take our guest to his room? Yes, sir. Please come with me, Mr. Robert. Allow me to take your luggage. How courteous of you, but worry not. I'll take it myself. Let us proceed. Robert has been checked into the hotel. Robert has been checked into the hotel. Does it show? Oh, it does. Huh, okay. I mustn't forget. I happened to find a lost traveler while on my way here. Good sense told me to ignore him, but the arid landscape convinced me otherwise. I gave him a ride, but as you can see, my passport seems to have malfunctioned. The poor fellow had quite a scare. He must still be recovering in the parking lot. If you would be so kind, could you offer him some support? Of course, it would be our pleasure. We can have a room prepared for him as well. Perhaps he will appreciate your offer. Very well, I won't take any more of your time. Mr. Asterion. What a traditional name. Mr. Asterion, let us proceed. I mean, I would be a little frightened. Oh, it's this guy! Oh, it's this guy! You son of a... Oh, it's this guy! He was in Luke's route, right? He was like every route, right? He was in Luke's route. There's something more to this guy than meets the eye, because he introduced Luke to the hotel, then he introduced Coda, and now he's hanging out. Robert found him. There's something weird about this guy, and I'm wondering... My theory is that he's a god in disguise, and I'm gonna call it now. I'm guarantee you that he's a god. He's a Greek god in disguise. Grecian god in disguise. Calling it now. And there's the lost traveler. After giving the hotel's interior a peek, he tiptoes his way in, scarcely making a sound. Hello, good evening. Are you the fellow who got a ride from Mr. Robert? Yes, that's me, Mr. Robert, as you call him. Gave me the scare of a lifetime. My heart is still beating out of my chest. Imagine what it's like getting a ride from a stranger, and he turns into a demon, with horns and everything. I was about to start pleading with him not to take my soul. Still can't believe I'm alive and breathing. Doesn't help I have no clue how we got here. I'm sorry you had to go through that. I can imagine how tough it was. I do had a sudden run-in with a very fantastical person a while ago. It might take a while to get used to it, but it gets easier with time. Is that so? The stranger's eyes become hawk-like for a split second. Say, could you be so kind as to tell me where I am? This is a special kind of hotel. We specialize in taking people who might be going through a rough time. Would you say this is a hotel for the lost? Yes, that's a nice way to put it. And if you'll pardon the pun, you must be quite lost yourself. Mr. Robert told me about your predicament. If you like, I can get a room ready for you in a minute so you can enjoy a good night's rest. What a kind gesture. I would gladly accept it, except I'm afraid you haven't mentioned the pricing. You don't have to worry about that. This operation is essentially humanitarian in nature. We don't need to charge, and even if we did, our targeted clientele doesn't necessarily always have much money to spare. No charge, huh? Now I don't mean to look a gift horse in the mouth, but is this some kind of a trick? Nothing in the fine print I should be aware of. Are you going to twist things around and perhaps say the price was my soul or something? Not at all, there's no twist. Besides, if someone were to snatch your soul, I'd place a higher bet on the horned demon than the unassuming human. Well, you know what they say. Appearances can be deceiving. Very well, I suppose I can't reject such hospitality, although I wonder how you keep the lights on in a place like this if you're not charging for room and board. With magic. That doesn't exactly inspire confidence, buddy. The magic of hospitality, that is. Now that's better. Shall I prick my finger and sign in blood, then? I freaking like this guy. I love his humor. He's funny. I like him. I'm liking him. I still don't fully trust him, but I like him. I like him. Oh, there we go. Just fill out this form if you will. Sorry to say, there will be no soul shenanigans or blood pacts. My business partner would never approve. The traveler's hand flows over the paper, leaving behind an uninterrupted trail of fine calligraphy. He passes it back over to you with both hands once he has finished. You need to do a double take to be sure you got it right. Oh, that's right, he's French. Very well, Mr. Jean-Marie Clement from Bordeaux, France? Wait, hold on. I thought he was, his French accent. Oh, man, that's gonna be, Oh, that's correct. All the friends just call me Jean. Oh my gosh. Oh, that was a bad one. Oh, I don't like that. I gotta work on my accents. You look up to the traveler, now with your own set of hawk eyes. That's a very remarkable name. Classy, isn't it? It was my father's idea to honor. Oh my gosh. I'm trying, guys. Bear with me. I'm trying. I'm not the best at accents. Classy, isn't it? It was my father's idea to honor his uncles. My family does that sort of thing all the time. No, I'm afraid I didn't get your name, Mr. Just call me Mark. I suppose you must be tired. How about I give you a quick tour of our facilities and escort you to your room? Mark, now, that is quite peculiar. I'm a delivery man, you see, and I was tasked with making a delivery to a certain hotel for the lost for a man called Mark. What a welcome surprise, this was perhaps the hardest job of my entire life. Finding you is nothing short of a Herculean task. But it would seem fate, in the form of a demon, has brought us together. I suppose getting to this hotel might be an arcane task indeed. Sorry it caused you so much trouble. That said, would you rather leave business for later tonight? I did hear his name at the beginning. You're right, I did. I was like, it looks very familiar. That said, would you rather leave business for later tonight? You are a guest, and it would be awfully impolite of me not to afford you the chance to wash up and have a proper meal first. Oh, hospitality still is. Very well, I'll take you up on your offer. We can reconvene later tonight after I've had some time to relax. If your facilities are half as good as your manners, then I'm sure they leave nothing to be desired. Like I said, I still don't trust this guy, though. I'm feeling like there's something going on here. You escort Jean-Marie to his room and inform him about the schedule for dinner. Later in the night... Oh, it's the kobolds again! The kobolds are so cute! They're so cute! I love them! Oh, they're so cute! I love them. I really like... I think the kobolds are so nice. Also, this music, I don't know why, but this music gives me Ride to Hell Retribution vibes, and I don't like that. That's a bad game. We don't play that game, by the way, people. That's a terrible game. One of the worst games that's been ever made. I like the music, though. Dun, dun, dun. I wonder who made this music. Does it say who made this music? Is there credits? Probably not. Let me see first. Team? Okay. I'm sure I can figure it out another time. No fetches your and Astrion's order. I'm assuming it's probably you. No fetches you and Astarion's order. He didn't even have to correct his notes this time or remind him not to walk to the kitchen on all fours. Astarion plays with a few crystals from the jar you had left on what seems to have become your designated table. Peculiar day, wouldn't you say? Not every day we get. Oh, what choice should we make, guys? Which one should we make? Peculiar day, wouldn't you say? Not every day we get. Which one should I choose? I'm not sure. Should we talk about the Frenchman? Oh, Sly Cooper! Oh, Evolutions! Oh, Sly Cooper was such an amazing game. I love that series. I'm so sad that it's dead in the water now. Oh, I used to love. I still have it. I have the Sly Cooper collection on my for PS3. I have the PS3 version of it. It's so good. I miss it so much. All right, so Nivik said Demon. I'm gonna give you guys a minute to vote. So Nivik says Demon. So we got one vote for Demon right now. Okay, we got one vote. Oh, we got one vote for Frenchman. Okay, come on, guys. About another 45 seconds. I'm gonna see which one you guys vote for. Uh-oh, Nivik said Frenchman. Nivik moves his vote to Frenchman. 30 seconds, guys. Who are we gonna vote for? Oh, 3 for Frenchman. We really want to get to know more about Jean. We want to really get to know more about Jean-Luc. Are you guys trying to tell me something? Do you have a thing for Frenchmen? I mean, that's fine too. Oh, okay, we got 1 vote for Demon and 3 votes for Frenchman. Another 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Who are we going to talk about? Very curious to see who we talk about today. Alright, 10 more seconds, guys. 10 more seconds. And it looks like we are going with Frenchman. We're going to talk about the Frenchman. Alright, Frenchman it is. Oh, two votes for Demon. Damn, so close, Hector. So close, but time is over. So 2 votes for Demon and 3 votes for Frenchman. So we're going with Frenchman. Do you remember Mr. Robert mentioning that he gave someone a ride here? after you left, he came in, and there's something that doesn't sit right with me about him. Mark, that. The Minotaur's ears twitch. He cannot contain a groan as he scratches at his cheek. Could it be that you are British? Is that why you do not like him? Master Jean-Marie was a good and kind lord, and he told me all about France, that it was a beautiful land rich with culture. I assure you that Frenchmen are not all bad, and he was the proof of it. Wait, what? No, that's not what I meant at all. I don't have any problem with French people. My point is that he's an odd Frenchman. Ooh, his name is strange. He is volatile. His chin unsettles me? Oh my gosh, we gotta go with that. I wanna go with that. His chin unsettles me. We gotta go with that. I have to make that choice. I'm sorry. There's something about his chin. It unsettles me. It can't be right. Don't like his hair either. Is there something reproachable in having curly hair, Mark? My brothers all had such fine locks. No, that's not what I mean. It's hard putting it into words, but wouldn't you say his chin is just a bit too perfect? He's just too handsome. Oh my god, I gotta share it. I gotta save this. Alright, we're saving that. Oh, we're saving that. I love it. He's too... I'm saving that. I gotta post on a group. I'm sorry. I love this. Here we go. He's just too handsome. Oh. The Minotaur's ears continue to flick as the thoughts surge like a turbulent tide behind his eyes. It takes a moment for him to react to your words, or perhaps to the ideas which your words have inspired. You hear Asterian's hoofs tapping on the floor. A steady beat at first, but quickening until the Minotaur looks down and starts scratching at the back of his head. Why does he look so angry? His fingers dig into his scalp, and then he becomes quite still. Something the matter, Asterion? Are you feeling okay? Wait! Is Asterion jealous? Oh my gosh, is he jealous? That's the only thing I can get out of that. He looked like he was really upset, and then he looked like he was really upset. Oh my gosh, Asterion, are you jealous? Oh, I feel so bad. I think he's jealous. Oh. Your conversation is cut short as you and Asterion notice a duo approaching your table. None other than Jean-Marie, the delivery man, and Robert the demon. You and Asterion straighten up. Good evening, gentlemen. Bonjour, what a fine night you have so graciously provided. Robert and I couldn't let it pass without taking a moment to compliment your hospitality. Indeed, you are leading a fine establishment, Mr. Mark. It's truly a sight to behold. That is very kind of you. It's a relief to hear such words. I take them as a confirmation that we are succeeding in our mission. That said, I can't lose the chance to clarify, Mr. Robert. My dear friend Asterion here is co-owner of this hotel. Truth be told, he's both the brain and brains of the operation, more often than not. I find myself playing only a supporting role in facilitating his good work. Once more, your kindness is dearly welcome, but it should be directed at my partner instead of me. Oh my gosh, Asterion gets so happy. Look how happy he is. I really am happy that we are a good master. I am very happy. Asterion has not had many good masters. Is that so? I stand corrected then. Mr. Asterion, I am thoroughly impressed with the structure you have here. You're very kind, sir. Will the two of you care to join us for dinner tonight? Don't mind if I do. Tell me, who does... Oh, gosh. Sorry. Tell me, who designed this place? Before coming to this lounge, I took a stroll, and it seemed as if the hallway stretched on forever, branching left and right every half a dozen doors. Common sense told me I'd become irreversibly lost if I wandered too far, but I found my way back to the reception in the blink of an eye if I so much as thought about returning. How was this effect achieved? I absolutely must know more about the architect behind it. Oh, the architect. It was my He grasped at the words that he wishes to say, somewhat lost in possibilities. He directs only the briefest glance towards you. The Minotaur searches your face for disapproval, jealousy, pride, but finding nothing of the sort, Asterion returns his gaze to the two guests. The hotel is very old. It was a distant ancestor of mine who engineered it, but its latest iteration of my own design, and a work in progress at that. As for the hallways, I do wish I could share the knowledge with you, but my forefathers would not look kindly on it. How unfortunate. I am sure many a mathematician would appreciate learning your forefathers' methods, but your rejection is easy to accept. If you'll not think it presumptuous, I shall consider it a secret of Minotaurs. How fitting it is that in these modern days so destitute of wonder, your kind would still command ancient traditions. And to think that the whole world of mystical beings, even I, believed your lineage to be only a legend. Pardon, buddy, if you'll excuse my bluntness. You're a demon. Likewise, if I understand correctly, you were talking about this place being some kind of infinite hotel. And then you'll say mystical people think Minotaurs are just a legend. How can that be? Isn't it quite the hypocrisy? It may seem so at first. Surely there are many kinds of natural beings roaming the world even today, hidden next to the charms. But that does not mean every legend, myth, or folktale is about some unseen species. For centuries now, among scholars of fantastical nature, it has been firmly believed that Minotaurs are just a myth. That the old Greek legend Cretan? I think I said it right? Cretan. It is a Cretan legend. Pardon me, I suppose that could be a point of pride for you, yes? Very well. It is believed the Cretan legend of the Minotaur hid a more mundane truth. One of the hypotheses is that the so-called Minotaur was merely a priest or holy man who took on a helmet shaped as a bull's head during certain ceremonies or sacrifices. As for the story of how he came to be, well, as the myth goes, the Cretan queen took the bull's lurch with the assistance of crafty Daedalus, correct? But the motif of a divine woman consorting with a divinely created bull is reoccurring in the Minoan royal lineage, so it is speculated that this tale is merely allegorical. Oh heavens, I'm rambling. I'm sure our fine host knows much more about the topic than anyone ever could, though it would not surprise me if he's somehow bound to secrecy. Asterion's nostrils flare as he lets out a long breath of air. You could just notice him biting his lip, but overall there doesn't seem to be distress in him. My family has its own version of the story, one of which I believe to be very accurate. The Minoan royal lineage was closely tied to the gods in many ways. It was common over the generations for the Olympians to take on the transitionary form of a bull to bless that generation's queen with a special hair. To summon a god, the king would offer his own blood in what was a holy and revered ritual. It was said that the child descended both from the king whose blood had initiated the rite and from the god who answered his call. Wait, so if queens often did that as a respected ritual, what made Pasiphae's actions any different? There was no blessing in her case, only a curse. Asterion's eyes wandered to yours. You blink and he does the same with a face as static as stone. Fascinating, and I take it you were sure this is the true story, as your family kept records. There's no doubt about it, Robert. Look at his eyes. Never has a man said truer words. Yes, this is the truth, as accurate as an arrow is sharp. This night is getting better with each passing minute. I will love my vacation here, I can already tell. I'm glad to hear that, more than you might imagine. It has been such a short while since we reopened the hotel, but it's brimming with life already. People seem so happy to be here. Sometimes it is hard to accept that things are going so well. You better get used to it, buddy. If it's up to you and me, they'll just keep getting better and better. Yes, they will. I can see that. It would seem Rome really was built in a day if Romulus and Remus here got it set up so quickly. But if you care to hear, I have a suggestion for how to improve your fine establishment. It's that thing, Robert, the one we talked about just a minute ago. Sorry, everyone. Give me just a moment. Where did I come up with such a cute howl? I don't know. This is my voice. What do you... I don't know. I mean, that's just my normal voice. I'm glad you think it's cute, though. But thank you for saying it's cute, though. I appreciate that a lot. Okay, anyway, back to the VN. Here we go. Oh yes, that, oh gosh, where are we going? Here we go. Oh, yes, that is a good suggestion. Here it goes, then. Oh wait, that was Robert. God, moving on, moving on. Here it goes then. There's no sign, nothing in front of the place, telling people what it is or what it's called. Does this hotel even have a name? So far, I've only heard people referring to it as, well, the hotel. Oh, that's a valid complaint. We've been so busy lately getting the essentials in order that I never even thought about that. So focused on work, you forgot to give the place a name? If you'd care to hear my thoughts again, I'd say Mark's Hotel would suffice. Simple and to the point, wouldn't you say? I don't think I have it in me to do something like that. Honestly, it'd be way too gaudy for my taste. Asterion, what's the tradition around here for that? The owner's allowed to rename the hotel as he sees fit, which is made official through a customary celebration. Mark's Hotel would not be in any way unusual. It may not be unusual, but it remains gaudy and creatively bankrupt. We can do better. I thought the name was Minotaur Hotel. That's the Wi-Fi's network's name. Oh, huh. You and Asterion stare at one another. The Minotaur, perhaps without thinking, puts a hand in his bicep where the laurel wreath sits. Mark. Wait, there's Wi-Fi? There's Wi-Fi? What's the password? It's network nerd. Wait, how do I say it? Nets work Dirk sits on Gitsy with capital N. Disgusting little thing that is. Oh, Network Enforcement Act. Oh, is that what that stands for? Network Enforcement Act? Let's see. That has been working for me. Let me type it. Let me type it for you. Asterion bites his lower lip. Are you? And just what if I am? Honey tongue. Guilty as charged, so Minotaur Hotel. Sovereign is the will of the partner, co-owner. Right, but you just asked me that. You sent me the same question 2 times in a row. I don't know where I came up with the cute how. That's just how I talk. I just thought I needed... Evie, you okay? I felt like I needed a catchphrase for my channel. And, you know, everybody has catchphrases. I mean, Jacksepticeye has his catchphrase. Markiplier, you know... Markiplier has his catchphrase for his channel. You know, a lot of people do. So I always was like, you know, I want my own little catchphrase. And I figured what was better than I'm Fallenwolf. I'm an Anthro wolf. So why not a howl in my little, you know, my little videos? That's all. Now we're talking. Will you guide me in setting up that renaming ceremony you were talking about? Of course. See, I'm curious. Just now, Robert told me the password, and I heard it in French, but he typed some kind of German abomination. Pardon. Pardon my lack of manners. The truly is an unsightly piece of legislation, not appropriate to discuss among such fine company. He just did it again! Wait, I think I get it now. When we were in the car, we talked in English, but as soon as the landscape changed, I noticed Robert started speaking a very elegant dialect of French. What word was, what word? Oh, well, thank you. I try. I try to work on my pronunciations. Like I said, I'm a novice voice actor, so I tend to try really hard to work on proper pronunciations. Yes, there are many magical things about this place, one of which is how it translates everything people say and write. You probably heard Robert speaking French after the 2 of you crossed over into this realm. Jean, I'm from Geneva. I speak French. You could have just asked. Oh, well, I didn't want to assume. Still, that's yet another fantastical thing to this incomprehensible location, I suppose. Now, if I may ask you another question, when you say he's your partner, in what way do you mean it exactly? I wonder if there's a little linguistic ambiguity. Oh my gosh, why can't I say that word? Ambiguity. Why? Oh my gosh, I can't say the word. Ambiguity. This place isn't picking. If there's a little linguistic ambiguity, this place isn't picking up on. Excuse me? No, it's just the 2 of you seem so very close. I thought for a second that... I'm sorry, I still don't understand. The question was directed at Asterion, but you intervened to clarify. Asterion and I are business partners. That is how you should interpret his word choice. That I understand, but still you 2 are quite close, is what I'm saying. Jean, your intentions may be kind, but some would consider this line of questioning inappropriate. I don't recall either Asterion or Mark mentioning their sexual orientations. For all we know, they may not be compatible in the first place. Even if they are, commenting on such matters may still be unwelcome. Thank you, Robert. Because I mean, that is kind of... It's so weird when people get into that. Like... It was like, for me, like, alright, we're gonna have a little tea. And I actually do have tea, so we're gonna get into the tea very briefly. Very, very briefly. Real quick right now. I know I'm stopping the end. I promise, though, we will get back to it. So... I had a very wonderful friend of mine in one of my servers. He asked me, and he was like, because I'm trans. You guys know, hopefully, if you're new people, hello, welcome. I'm trans. I'm trans female. And he was like, and basically what he asked is, he said, so do you like guys? And I said, well, I do. And I said, but I also like girls. And so he was like, so does that mean you're gay? And I said, no. I said, well, one, I said I'm bi, so I'd be bi regardless. But I said, no, even if I liked guys, I'm a trans female, so that means I'm still straight. I mean, I can't, not, like I said, not to get too detailed, but I can't control what I have in my legs. I can't control that, but even if I only liked guys, I would, the opposite sex, I would still consider myself straight. I would just say I'm a straight, I'm a heterosexual trans female. That's probably the best way to say it. But anyway, it felt awkward, but I understood where he was coming from. He's a really nice guy. Surprisingly, he's older too, which is kind of funny. I like having older friends, honestly. Younger friends are nice too, but I usually like having older friends, so it's nice. And I know he didn't mean anything by it. Like, he's a really fantastic guy, and I think it's just him trying to adjust to talking to somebody that's trans. But I know he's trying, and that's all that matters. But yeah, like, we had a really weird conversation. I'm like, how do I describe this? But, you know, that was, you know, coming from a place of being, I don't want to use the word ignorant, because I don't mean it like that, because usually most times when you say ignorant, you make it sound like it's rude. But ignorant as in the sense of he was not unknowledgeable. There we go. We'll use that word. He was unknowledgeable about this kind of thing, and that's perfectly fine. I don't mind, as long as somebody's willing to try and learn. When they don't try to learn, that's when I get upset. But he's a person that's been trying to learn more about trans people, and that's when I am perfectly content with that. But anyway, enough about my little stuff that has no meaning. There's no meaning to this. Let's move on. Let's keep going. Anyway, moving on. Even if... Okay, we already read that. We already read that. And that doesn't even touch on, well, Asterion being a Minotaur and Mark being a human. Ooh. We didn't think about that. Midway through Robert's speech, Asterion leans closer to you and whispers, Mark, what are they talking about? Don't worry about it. I'll explain later. He nods. Jean, meanwhile, looks away as he gets lost in thought. Perhaps you are right. It was pretty rude of me for the most part. Sorry everyone, I keep stopping for a minute, but just typing stuff. Okay, anyway. Perhaps you are right. It was pretty rude of me for the most part. You know how it is. Talking about sexuality is less taboo where I'm from. I admit I may have been too forward in that regard. But when it comes to good Asterion being a Minotaur, why should that be an impediment? I may not know about what the traditions are like with yours, shall we say, mythical beings, but if two consenting adults love each other, nothing else matters, right? Oh my god, oh my god, why did I give him that? Why did I say it right? Why did I say it like that? Like, right? Right? I told you, I'm not good with accents. I had a kid, you know. He was born different, and from the day he was born, there were people who couldn't look past it. Not everyone, though. There were quite a few blessed souls who could see through his differences and like him for who he was. He's no longer with us, but that grace, the blessedness of being able to love even different souls, that I carry with me to this day. So what if Astarion's a Minotaur? That shouldn't get in the way of love. Asterion shakes his head and covers his mouth to hide a dry, nervous cough. For a split second, your hand almost reaches out to pat him on the back, but John's words make you painfully aware of how every inch separating the two of you is a sea of meaning. To make it clear, I do not disagree with you. However, I don't think the topic is appropriate at the moment, Jean. I would prefer we change the subject, yes. Very well, I'll let it go, with the caveat that I shall stand by what I said. I just imagine Asterion leaning over with the most innocent and confused look while asking that, in my heart, it was too cute. Oh, what they were talking about? You mean it was? He was like, "What are they talking about?" It's like, it's like for Asterion, it's almost like when a little kid tells you, you're like, "I'll tell you when you're older," but like Asterion's an adult, so it's so awkward. It's so cute though. I love Asterion. He's so great. He's too pure though. Like I can't. Oh, he's too pure though. Of course, You and Asterion remain quiet, the space between you suddenly raw and awkward. Robert takes the chance to check his phone while Jean looks around the room. The silence is broken by Minoh bringing you your plates. So, do you follow the custom of saying grace before meals? Samuel from the smoke room? I don't know. Where do you get that from? Because of the maybe because of you mean because I can't speak that. You mean because of the white fur? Listen, I think Asterion looks great, and it's so mind-boggling to me it's so mind-boggling me for me to look back and see what he looked like when we first met him. It was just crazy. Oh, sorry. Grace, I would not put it like that, but every day I make an offering to the gods. Gods, what? Oh my gosh, the voices. Gods, which one? The 12 Olympians, of course, plus Lady Hesperia and Lord Hades. All typical, I should have guessed the Minotaur would worship the Greek gods. Don't say it like that, it sounds so dismissive. I, for one, would appreciate learning more about his beliefs. Say, Mr. Asterion, would you be willing to demonstrate how an offering is done? Oh, you mean his outfit? Oh, I thought you meant how he looks. Of course, it would be an honor. I'd never have guessed anyone would still worship those old gods. It's been thousands of years, after all. For how long have you been praying to them? Since I was a boy, my lineage has prayed to them for thousands of years, and I was taught to do the same at an early age. But do you really believe they exist? Isn't it absurd in this day and age to hold on to such archaic ideas? Jean, no, it's not. I don't mind. No, that's really me. No, guys, never say that to people. Like, just because you don't believe in a god or gods or higher power does not mean that everybody else has to believe that. As long as your beliefs are not hurting people, it shouldn't matter. It's when somebody takes the religion to a whole new point where they try to force other people to see that their belief is the only right belief or the only right ideas is when it's an issue. But if somebody, people are allowed to be different. I'm friends with plenty of people who believe in different higher powers, and we all get along. Like people say, if you want to remain friends with people, you just do not talk about religion and do not talk about politics, and you're fine. And that's what I do. I don't discuss it. Me personally, I consider myself agnostic. To a degree, I do believe in a higher... To be fair, I do believe in a higher power to an extent, but I'm not sure I necessarily believe in the higher power in the way I was raised. And that's it. That's all. I respect other people's beliefs as long as they don't interfere in my own. And same thing for me. If I am ever interfering with somebody's beliefs, then let me know and I will deeply apologize, because it's never my intention. People are allowed to have different ideas and beliefs, and it's perfectly okay. As long as, it's perfectly fine. Lion Wing, for that question, I'm gonna say Volgar. I'm gonna say another Far Beyond the World character. I think it's either gonna be Volgar, the Black Wolf from Far Beyond the World, or I think it's going to be Neferu from Adastra. I think it's gonna be one of those two, honestly. No, I am sure they exist. How else could I be here tonight if not for them? Yes, but wouldn't it be more worthwhile praying to... Shush, Jean, let the man be. You're distracting him from the offering. She is okay, big guy. I'll shut my mouth. Asterion rises from his seat, pack as unshakable as the fortress walls and as wide as a step. He hums a song all too familiar, summoning a bottle of wine. You and the hotel respond in unison. But before proceeding toward the hearth, he glances at you, the corners of his lips curled into defiant crescents. Would you care to join me, Mark? It would be an honor sharing this with you. You rise just as high as the Minotaur did, and together you stride to Hestia's fire. He kneels by the hearth, and you do the same. When he raises his arms to the ceiling, however, a sense of shame stops you from bringing yours as high as his. Conversation and laughter, cutlery clinking against dishes and glasses clanking on the wooden tables. Every little hum and song of life, it all fades as though velvet surrounded you and Asterion. You are left only with you and your partner's breathing and the crackling of the fire, all light except that which it offer grows dim. Respect the ones in need of gifts of friendship and home. You look to the side, and Asterion too is looking at you. Oh, Blade Lord, hello there, Blade Lord. Hello there. How are you doing? How's the bear doing? Also, you're gonna probably notice some different quality. You notice the different sound quality. You should have the honors. To which god shall we dedicate this offering? Oh, we get to choose? What? We get to choose! Oh, we get to choose. I don't know. Oh, we have all the gods here. Oh, all the Grecian gods. Who should we make this offering to? So we have Zeus, of course, Poseidon, Hades, Hestia, Minotaur, Athena, Hermes, Aphrodite, Ares, Danaus, Hera, Apollo, Artemis, and Hephaestus. Ooh, I don't know. Will this affect the game? Like, will this change stuff of whoever I make the offering to? Because if it does, I'm a little worried. I mean, I really like Athena. I've always liked Athena in Grecian lore and Grecian mythology. But I also would like to have a nice little party going. Danaus. But then there's also Hades, who Asterion seems like he greatly respects. Zeus, I don't care about. No, I don't care about Zeus, really, and I don't care about the rest of them, but, like, for me, it would either be Hades, Athena, or Danaus. But I'm gonna let you guys choose. Who do you think? Okay, so we got one vote for Apollo. I'm gonna see who you guys vote for. So, Lines, you're saying Apollo. Okay. I should probably also save. Let me save real quick. Because I'll probably play this on the side by myself, and I'm going to see what happens differently. Minotaur is the, she's the goddess of, like, the weather, right? Like, she controls the weather. I think I remember all these people except for Hesta and, I think that's it. Everybody else I recognize from Grecian lore. Grecian mythology. I keep messing up. Very curious to see what you guys choose. I'm gonna give you guys another minute, because I can't be here forever. So I'll give another minute. So right now we got one vote for Apollo. Bleed, you're deciding what god we're going to make an offering to. Right now we have one vote for Apollo so far. And I'm going to give you guys another minute. I'm going to give you guys another minute before I move on. I'm going to leave myself out of this. If we get a tiebreaker, then yeah, I'll put myself into it. But I'm going to leave myself out of this choice. And I'm sure Blade has already played this, I think. Okay, we got one vote for one vote for Athena, one vote for Apollo. Uh-oh. Okay. Well, Limewing, that's what I'm asking you guys. I'm asking you to make a vote. You're just voting for who you think we should make an offering to, and then whoever has the most votes, I'll go for. And then if it's a tie, then I'll figure out something to decide, break the tiebreaker. Oh, you're talking to Bleed Blood Lloyd. Okay, sorry, you did vote. I'm sorry. I thought you didn't vote. Oh, you went with Hermes. Is that who you want us to go for, or are you just saying that's who you went for? Hermes. Okay, we can go with Hermes then. Minotaur equals Harvest. Go for Hisha. Oh my. Oh, all of us are voting for different people. Go for Hisha. It's her shrine. Okay, so we got 4 different votes. I'm a little surprised, but I'm also happy because this shows you guys are interacting, having fun. I like knowing that you guys are having fun with this. That's all that's at the end of the day, that's all that matters to me. Alright, I'll give you guys another 20 seconds, and then, like I said, if it's a tie, I'll break it. I'll figure out a way to break it. Oh, okay, Hades, okay. Everybody's voting for somebody different. I like this. I like this a lot. So far we got 1 vote for Hades, 1 vote for Athena, 1 vote for Hermes, and 1 vote for, I can't speak today, 1 vote for Heisha. Well, it'll fall to me, but I'm gonna be honest, I'll probably use a dice roll to decide. I'll probably use a, I think 5-sided dice, I think those are a thing, right? Okay, so Apollo, or I'll probably use one of those random whatever things on Google. Alright, 10 more I'm gonna give it 10 seconds, 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we are in a tie, so I'm going to use a thingamadoohickey very quickly to decide. Okay. Random drawing. If I can find it. Oh, here we go. Spin the wheel, random picker. Okay, so I'm going to put all of your wheel of names. No, that's not what I want. Here we go. Alright, so we got Athena. We have... This is exciting. I'm excited. Athena, Hermes. Sorry, I just gotta look through all of them. Apollo. Apollo. Aisha. And I think there was one more, right? I think somebody said Hades, right? Okay, so I got Athena, we had Apollo, Athena, Hermes, Heisha, and Hades. Okay, and Hades. And I'll even show you the vote so we don't think I'm cheating, and Hades. Alright, so I got all 5 of them. Let me share this real quick. Window capture. No, that's not it. Oop, cancel. I promise we'll get somewhere in the stream, guys. I know earlier I kind of messed up, but Audio capture. Here we go. Alright. So, this is gonna be our little wheel for a moment. Alright, well, we're gonna find out what's gonna happen. I'm spinning. And we are gonna spin it, and let's see what happens. Alright, spinning right now. Oh, and... Ooh, Athena! Alright, Athena's the winner. You guys saw it. Athena's the winner. I did it fairly, too. Alright, we're doing Athena. Thank you, Mr. Google. Alright, Athena it is. The new mic sounded great. Thank you. I was like, I hope it does. It sounded really good to me yesterday when I practiced with it. I had a little trouble doing the stream today, starting off because, yeah, it was messing up a little bit. All right, so we're doing, Athena it is. All right, let's see what happens. Athena, where you at? Okay, bright-eyed Athena, lady of wisdom and warfare. And also for people, also, Blee, don't you have, don't you have a Audio Technica mic as well? All right, confirm. Yep. Also, guys, you can hear the music okay, what, right? It's not too loud. It's not too loud, and it's not too low. As long as it's... I just want to make sure it's not too messed up. Anyway. Pallas Athena, defender of cities, begin to sing her awesome one of battle cries. Defend and save the people as they go out and return. Farewell, goddess, grant us good fortune and joy. Asterion lays a finger over the wine bottle's opening and lets out only a trickle of wine, first to pacify the ashes around the flame and only later to battle against its might. We shall remember you tonight and always, in our hearth you shall find wine, and if your mercy would grant us excellent in all things, we shall tell tales and sing songs of your feats. The velvet surrounding you dissipates, allowing sound to break through once more. What a fine... Oh my gosh, oh my goodness. What a fine ceremony. I couldn't make out everything you said, but I'm glad I got to witness such an ancient form of worship. You are too kind, Robert. It's not every night I get an audience for one of my simplest duties. If you enjoy my culture so much, you are welcome to ask all your questions. Oh, I don't like... Oh, I don't like that face. Oh, no, I don't like that face. No, stop it. Oh, I don't like that face. Robert, please don't make that face. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Beware. Oh my gosh, my voice today. Beware with what you say. I might just take the offer and we'll be here all night. Oh my gosh, that face was horrifying. I don't like it at all. The night goes on, you Asterion, and the guests for those few hours you live without regret. Whatever memory you might muster of Jean and his delivery fades, but his does not. When you and the Minotaur leave to return to your quarters, he follows. Hey, you two, don't you go just yet. This was a terrific night we had, lads, but make no mistake, I came here for work. This is the reason why I came all the way here. First class delivery. Jean hands you an envelope. Its surface is so finely preserved, corners so sharp and uncreased that you would not be surprised if it had only just left its sender's desk. Do you know Senate? Can't say I do, lad. Someone might have mentioned the client's name, but I can't recall it. It came from headquarters just like this, and with a set of instructions on how to get here, which weren't of much help, I can tell you that. I was, however, told if you have any response to this message, I shall take it back to headquarters and it will get shipped back. Asterion all affords you privacy by turning around while you dig a finger into the crisp paper. The letter itself, an A4 white sheet, has not been graced with such divine perfection. It is folded 3 times, but unevenly, with its corners rumpled. You unfold it. It takes you a few seconds to recognize the symbols on the paper as they swim around and stitch themselves together with aid from the hotel's translation. You stare at it, waiting for its contents to reveal themselves, but the letters melt away and become unconnected scribbles. You force your gaze further, and by command, the letter's contents coalesce back into their original shape. What lies revealed to you is an incomprehensible mess of childlike scribbles, flowing first from cursive-like characters to snaking lines, and then into something like the ridges of mountains on the horizon. For a moment, you consider the possibility that this may be a map, but were that the case, the land it depicts is one and the same with the sea around it, like a ruptured cell splitting its contents. When that fails, you fear for your mental health. Could you be having a stroke, rendering you incapable of reading and piecing things together? But the gods are not so terrible. Your brain is fine, and the truth of the matter is that this letter, for the most part, contains only incomprehensible scribbles. Take note, however, for at the very bottom of this wasteful exercise, there are 2 lines which your mind and hotel can interpret. I'm sorry for not being good enough. P. Oh, P, the peacock. As Asterion gives you a sideways glance, you turn to him. There's not much to this. It's mostly gibberish. The hotel's translation can't make any sense of it. Whoever wrote this wasn't all there in the head when he... The gods are terrible indeed. Forgotten evils worm their way in once more. Mark, is everything okay? This is a letter from... Well, it's a bit upsetting. I think it's from the man who gave me the hotel's deed. Oh? Clement? You notice just the slightest slump in his shoulders, then a snort as goosebumps climb up the Minotaur's spine. His fur, short as it may be, stands on end as he scratches the back of his head. He is still around, then. His fingers dig in like a hand digging away at dry soil. His scratching is louder than either your breathing or the distant sounds of ruckus from the lounge. What does he say? A bunch of scribbles. The hotel can't make sense of it. He was going senile when I met him, and I assume he wasn't fully conscious when he wrote this either. There's just one thing I can read here, but it may be upsetting. Are you sure you want to hear it? For a moment, as brief as it takes for one's mind to realize the wrongness of what it sees, Asterion's eyes turn dark and bullish. It is comfortable to forget that Asterion's bovine nature runs deeper than his skin alone. His head has slowly dropped over these past few moments. His neck, however, remains stiff and tight. This is the face of a bull about to charge, featureless, lacking, cornered, blank. He does not answer your question, and though a part of you may believe he indeed does not wish to hear it, for whatever reason you say it word by word. I'm sorry for not being good enough. It's signed with P. Clement. Oh, that's right, I recall now. That's the name headquarters mentioned. Clement, a Frenchman, correct? Clement is not a very nice man, though, Jean-Marie. He is not a very nice man at all. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. It would seem I'm interrupting something. I will take my leave now. Have a good night, you two. With him going, you take a step towards Asterion. Your hand almost rises to touch his arm, but the Minotaur's scorching gaze indicates that contact may not be welcome. You stand there, closer but distant, suspending the time it takes for a man's mind to chew through a bone. Oh, Asterion's not happy. I don't think he's happy about this. He is alive. So it would seem, although his mind might not be there anymore. Rended from himself. Old age may separate soul from body long before death itself. Existing halfway is wretched. Zeus takes half the goodness out of a man when the Minotaur swallows and breathes and hitches through his teeth. There is just a flicker in his eyes to signal a plea for help. You cover the last stretch and hug him. You gather the man, you gather the bull, you gather the friend to himself. As you unfold him to try and mend the broken pieces, the pressure from within threatens to boil over. You squeeze harder, and the more you do, the less claw-like his hands become. Half the goodness. With your face buried in his chest, you cannot see, but the hallway echoes the snaps of his tails and ears, followed in by the beat of his hooves as he shifts left and right. He does not hug you back. His heavy head leans hard onto your own, onto your shoulder. His hooves don't stop shuffling even while his arms remain still. His head is monstrously heavy, or is he bearing down on you? He curls around you in between snorts and grunts. You hold harder, lest all the pressure inside boil him alive, and in turn your friend trembles. It feels as though every cord of muscle in him could not be drawn tighter. He seems to fight against struggling away. Oh, an AT 2020. Okay, that's not far below what I have. Cause I have a I got a AT 2035. So like I think like right next. That's like they're pretty similar quality. It's pretty similar quality to yours, I think, mostly for the most part. Settle down. Stop this moronic. That awful cheating, but he was only treating his slave as right to, but I am not a slave. Oh gosh. I can't keep up with this. I can't catch up with this, so. I like this though. It's oh man, he's really he's anxious. There are no sobs or hiccups. If one were to... Oh, hold on. I saw something. I saw something my friend would like a lot. Sorry. There's something my friend is going to make fun of, so I'm going to do it. Aha! Oh, my friend will love this. I'm gonna send it to him. Sorry. Okay. Keep going. I had to send something to my friend. Here, look. There are no sobs or hiccups. If one were to wish a heroic moment here, pain seldom makes a noble and beautiful martyr. No, this grief makes monsters out of men, and if one is to find beauty here, it's because of the man, not for his suffering. Hands squeezed on the claws, back hunched over as you hug tighter and tighter, jaw tensed. Lament, what goes through his mind to set a letter now of all times? Okay, sorry everyone, OBS disconnected, that wasn't my fault. I can't control that, that was OBS. Let's go home. He complies. By hand you guide him. Alright everyone, I'm not stopping the stream, I promise. I'm going to take a little break to recharge my throat. I'm gonna take about thinking. I guess we go on for a little bit longer. I'm gonna take a break very soon, though. Evening, you gather back all that daunting day is torn asunder. Late as it may be, you do not command Asterion to go to his room. This is not the state of someone who should handle themselves alone. Instead, you sit on the couch, and with concentrated movements, he sets himself down. He lies on his side. He does not look, but his head is a few mere inches from your lap. He is an awkward position, but he does not move or adjust himself. Every minute or so he strains to glance up at you. His gaze is less guarded and puts his head in you. Time passes and nothing else comes until you speak. Talk to me, Asterion. Please. His eyes turn away from you. If it's okay, would you look at me? Oh, he's not happy. He grumbles, tail thrashing behind him, and then snorts. Asterion keeps staring at some point far away for half a minute more before giving you a look. Alibit wondering, his eyes dart to anywhere but your own. You're safe, that I can promise you. I won't hurt you or send you out, and I won't let in anyone who might threaten you. No harm will come to you, and together we will pull through whatever comes to pass. I won't let anything bad happen. The hotel and all its guests are safe. We're partners, and we can overcome anything if we both set our minds to it. But I need something from you to accomplish our mission. I need us to talk about our emotions. If you'd rather not do it now, I understand, but I think it might do you good. What do you say? Alright, now I'm gonna take a break. I have to take a break right now. I will be back, everyone, in, I'll say about 10-15 minutes, and we'll keep going. So I will be right back. Alright, everyone, I'm back. Ooh, excuse me. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Alright, everyone, I'm back. Ooh, excuse me. I'm gonna be streaming. I'm gonna be streaming this for like another hour. I'm gonna be streaming this for another hour, and then I'm gonna stop only because I got work tomorrow. So let's keep going. He turns away from you again, finally adjusts himself. Is still for long enough that you almost take that as his answer. At last, however, his horn scratches the sofa as he nods. Good. Before we start, would it be okay if I came closer? You could lie your head on my lap. He grunts and curls up tighter, then goes still once more. His eyes are dulled, movements uncoordinated. As without turning towards you that he pushes himself closer, hands flat against the couch as if his fingers are numb. His head is heavy, but a brief readjustment fits you and him together, like a pair of seashells stacked. He is frozen at first. Every movement of his fingers and lungful of air comes in bursts and twitches. But memories of childhood, common across thousands of years, spring forth. You lie a hand on his head and teddy his fur. Short as it may be, it can still rebel, but 2 or 3 caresses are enough to straighten up the back of his neck, and then you explore between his horns. The fur here is longer, a tad closer to human hair, better to sink your fingers into. Do all children enjoy this? A parent, a sibling, or a friend upon whose lap they can find comfort? And do all who benefit from it grow to share it with others? Running a hand over a friend's head. What a dear old gesture. One may be forgiven for doing it without asking permission, as long as he keeps quiet himself. Be very silent now. Let the man's breathing settle until it's less like a struggle and more like its usual rhythm. If another sound comes, a sniffle or snort, do not inquire. Know your place. He'll take all the time he needs. Meanwhile, you can ponder some great questions yourself, such as whether or not all humans could, perhaps should, share a sense of borderless fraternity. Or perhaps you should ponder your own emotions, the multitude of affections a man may feel for another. While these thoughts dance, Asterion reacquaints himself with sound, flicks his ears in unison, swishes his tail, readjusts his head and legs into a more comfortable position. In response, you hum, first the secules effete he taught you, then all the songs you remember from his concert. And when those are over, you go on with a nameless melody you once heard from a piano, or perhaps from an acoustic guitar. Song fills the void until Asterion is ready to take on the task. I apologize if I forgot what you have said tonight, Sir Mark. Sometimes I can barely hear anyone. What do you mean? Between my ears. Sometimes it is all rain and wind and roaring thunder that never strikes. Sometimes I can't hear anything at all. I apologize that you had to deal with that like some unmanly, unruly calf. I apologize if I'm lacking sense. I tire of myself in these states. By the 12, I have had enough to learn not to be bowled over by living. Yet, living can be too loud for me. Perhaps I apologize. There's no reason to. You did nothing wrong, and even if you did, you would have my forgiveness whether or not you asked for it. Are you feeling better now? A little. You scratch the top of his head. He does not shy away. Still, I apologize. I shouldn't have let my anger take root. If I was in your position, I might have gone berserk. No idea how I'd have acted. In that regard, you did well, but be honest. Is your anger unjustified? Clement did horrible things to you. You have every right to be angry, Asterion. No, I have no right to it, Mark. Try as you might to tell me otherwise, I know my place. What Clement did was only return to form. The prisoner should not feel anger at the jailer for doing his duty. But if not for you, then what about the guests he kicked out? Can't you be angry on their behalf? Asterion does not answer. He chews on his own tongue and looks away, but glimpses of emotion and thought flash behind his eyes. You let him be, and when he leans his weight on your hand, you renew your scratching. Gather the bull, gather the man, gather the friend to himself. You lean back on the couch and close your eyes for a minute. Just a few minutes. Then, if he's feeling well and being left alone doesn't give the impression of being abandoned, and if he doesn't want to stay here in the living room, if he's not too drowsy, if, beyond a shadow of a doubt, he will be fine. He's asleep. Oh, poor Asterion. Poor Asterion. Familiarity vanquishes shame. Asterion wakes before you, head still resting upon your lap, just as dawn breaks and slips in through the window. Wordless, he accepts that the charade is gone. There is no need to self-flagellate over this kindness. In fact, it would be ungrateful, indecent perhaps, to make a scene out of it. No, this mercy he must enjoy. He stays in place still and silent so as not to wake you, and closes his eyes once more. Nary does the memory of the previous night cross his mind. Later in the morning, while Asterion feeds the harsh flames, you take over manning the reception. This allows you to meet Jean as he checks out. Mark, you and Asterion are a fine host indeed. In all my years as a courier, seldom have I seen such hospitality. Most people would just have me do my job and be off, but not you, no. You took me and all these people in and you treated us like family. I understand now how true your words are, that this is the place for the lost, to give them a home. You're doing an amazing service here. Thank you, you're too kind. I'll make sure to tell Asterion you had a good time. He'll be just as glad as I am. You should. Yes, but I must also apologize for my actions. I don't know what was in that package, but judging from your faces last night, it seemed to be an upsetting matter. I regret bringing sorrow to your home. Don't worry, Jean. It is a complicated matter, but you shouldn't feel any responsibility for it. Even so, it is unfortunate and unkind of me to repay your hospitality in this manner. I cannot allow things to end like this. I have a proposal for you. I couldn't help noticing that you seem to be understaffed. As you may guess, I travel a lot and I come across all sorts of wanderers. If you want, I could keep an eye out for possible employees. I can spread the good news about this place. That would be very kind of you. I really could use a few extra hands. Majestic, is there anything pressing that you can use some help with? If you give me a rough idea of what you need, it'll be easier to find someone who can get the job done. You think about John's question. What are some positions you need to cover? The lounge has been a lot more hectic lately with all the new guests coming in. Koto's getting help from the kobolds, but he's still having a hard time handling both the kitchen and counter duties. Not to mention you're getting a little sick of ramen and miso soup every other day. You could use a cook. Taking in everyone in need without discrimination could also potentially be dangerous. Is that a wolf? Oh, it's a wolf! Oh, it's a wolf! Is this telling us what, like, based on our choices, what we'll get? As Robert demonstrated, just about... Okay, we read that. As Robert demonstrated, just about anyone can enter the hotel with next to no opposition, and this may prove to be an issue if the next guest is not as feelable as he is. Not to mention, employees sent to explore the labyrinth would feel a lot safer with someone reliable among them. You could use a watchdog, one that can keep people safe both in the hotel and while exploring the valley. Better yet if he's good company. Another issue with the growing number of employees is the need to handle everyone's salaries. So far you've been paying your employees in precious gems generated by the labyrinth, but you could be endangering them by making them carry such valuable items when they leave the hotel. A financer could take care of this matter, as well as handling the flow of currency in and out of the hotel, and securing materials which you can't generate. What do you suggest? Ooh, we get to choose. Oh, we get to choose. Who should I choose? Oh, a financer could take care of this matter. Huh, I'm kind of curious. Who should I take? Do we need a cook? Should we focus on security, or should we get a financer? I don't know. They're all really good options. Nobody seems like they can think for me. Ooh, financer. I do not know what the options give. I'm going to assume, like, on the pictures that I saw with each option, that decides what it is. Like, financer looked like it was some kind of elephant. The cook looked like it was a boar, and the security looked like it was a wolf. So I'm assuming that based on whatever choice I make, that's what I get. Like, if I choose a cook, I'll get the boar. If I choose security, I'll get the wolf. And if I choose the financer, I'll get the elephant. I'm assuming. So what should I don't know what to choose. Honestly, right now, I'm thinking the most important thing is either security. It's the funniest option. I was thinking either security or a cook. Oh, look at you, lad. Fancy, fancy. Oh, that's bullcrap. Nivik, are you serious? No, we stuck with our choice. I'm gonna stick with my choice. I chose it for a reason. I'm sticking with it. I'm a humanitarian, and that's what we're sticking with. I am gonna save here, though. I stuck with the humanities for a reason. Oh, you're something else, Bleed. You always... Oh, you son of a bitch. I don't know, so which one should I choose then? Okay, so I got one person said financer and one person said security. So, like, 30 seconds. Which one should I mean, any of them. Any of these three. Which one do you guys think I should choose? Because now that I know I only get one, I'm really curious. It's not like the Luke and Coda fiasco where regardless which one I choose in the beginning, the other one comes eventually. I don't know. I'm a little worried. Groot slang. Oh, okay, I got cooked. I mean, we'll eventually find out about lore about the hotel anyway. I'm just worried about, I'm just letting you guys choose. It's whatever you guys want. I am just a driver in the seat. You guys are the ones who are leading this visual novel. I am just doing some silly voices to get through things. You guys are the ones who are going to be leading this visual novel, though. This is an interactive stream. Think of it like you're watching a Telltale stream. Ooh, Bleed said security. Okay, so I got 1 for finance and 2 for security. And 1 for cook. Alright, guys. 10 more seconds. Place your votes now. Who are we going to choose? Because right now, it looks like security's winning. But everybody's voted for at least one of them. I mean, everybody's, every one of the options has at least 1 vote. Alright, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, time's up. So it looks like we are going for security. Alright, we're going for security. Security it is. And I already saved some. Don't get me wrong, Robert seems to be a really nice guy, but I think some of our other guests would feel safer letting a demon in if there was someone on security. I keep my eyes peeled. Seeing a place like this prosper would warm my heart. But before I go, there are 2 final things. First, would you be so kind as to give me your phone number so we can keep in touch? Of course, just hand me your phone, I'll type it in. Jean offers you a scratched, dust-covered smartphone from the early 10s. It's already displaying its new contact screen. You may put your number, but when it comes time to putting your name, you can't help cracking a smile as a devious idea rises from the depths of chaos. You could perhaps, who knows, maybe put in a silly name? What happens if we pick something else? Oh, we get to choose, we'll be nice. Mark is what you type, and that is that. Now, I should have another subject I wanted to bring up with you. I regret my comments implying you and Asterion were an item that was uncalled for and out of place. Oh, that? No harm, no foul, Jean. Thank you. It is good to know I didn't leave any sore feelings behind. That said, there is one comment of mine I cannot regret, and which in fact I will stress regardless of how unwelcome it may be. I am sorry to make assumptions, but if the two of you ever develop feelings for each other, you should not be deterred by the fact he's really Minotaur. Really, Mr. Coleman? You don't need to— I mentioned it last night, I think. I had a son who was born special, Mark. As a father, I feared for him. I loved my boy, and he was the joy of my life, but could others see his beauty and kindness as I did? Would he ever find love? I am projecting, I know, but Asterion is different in his own way, and that should be no impediment for love. Sorry if this offends you. I'm not really sure what to think of what you said, but I can appreciate the sentiment. I don't think his looks should be an issue either. And yes, he and I are friends, but there's a lot more to the story. For starters, we're also business partners. In the instance that Asterion and I did, let's say, have affections for each other, that'd be very unprofessional. Besides, I don't know a thing about his sexuality, and it's really not any of my business, to top it off. I'm not sure he'd even be interested in a relationship with anyone, period. I see. If neither of you has any interest in it, that's it. End of story. This is really... oh, gosh. This is really interesting, so we're really... This is really interesting because we're really getting in depth with everything that's happening. We're really actually starting to talk about Asterion and the MC's bond. We'll use the word bond because they don't have I don't think they have an attraction towards each other necessarily yet. But I see a strong physical and mental bond happening between them. And it's nice to have this idea in the MC's head to start thinking about this a little more seriously. And I'm also curious what Jean means. He keeps saying his son was born special. I wonder if he means he was born like a mythical creature, or if he was born special in a sexuality kind of way, or maybe even both. It's kind of interesting. But about you being co-workers, didn't you say last night that both of you own the hotel? Are you familiar with couples who keep a business together? If memory serves, the Americans call them mom and pop stores. In this case, it'd be a pop and pop, yes, but it's the same thing. You really aren't quite persistent, aren't you? More than you can ever imagine. Well, I do appreciate the sentiment, Jean. I can see that you care. But in the end, it all goes back to what Asterion and I would want, and honestly, I have a hard time imagining he'd be interested in a romance. Oh, I was about to say, you notice that the MC said, I don't see Asterion being interested. But I was like, but you didn't say you. And John called, oh, I like you, John. John called that out. He's like, oh, he's like, yeah, but would you be though? Me with Asterion in particular? Of course. Okay, now you're getting a little invasive. Oh, please entertain this one last question. Let me rephrase it for the sake of the argument. Let's assume that all stars align, that Astarion both leans that way and harbors certain intentions towards you. Shall we say, reciprocate? Oh, he doesn't. We don't want to answer it. We don't want to answer. Look, Jean. Oh, we getting the tea. Oh, let me take some of my tea. Sip. Oh, things are getting good. Oh, things are getting good. If you want to know if I could be in a relationship with him, the answer is yes. I'd probably go for it. I do feel a great deal of affection for him. And maybe if a bunch of things just sort of fell into place, that could one day become something more. But that's not the point. Because he's my friend, first and foremost. I understand that romance is what he needs right now, and I'm uncomfortable being probed about the idea of pushing myself onto him. Things are fine the way they are. That's my final word no matter. Ooh. So the MC admits. He says, yes, I would get with... Oh my gosh. Oh boy. Alright, things are gonna be really interesting from this point onwards. I see. That is a very thoughtful answer indeed. I am sorry to have behaved so impromptuli, Mark. I know it's rude. However, for what it's worth, you made this father quite glad. I keep thinking back to my son. Were he still alive, I'd be very happy if you and he were friends. The world needs more people like you. But enough dawdling. Time to go, my friend. Have a nice week. I want to know about his son. Because he keeps mentioning his son. I'm a little bit... I hope we see John again. I don't fully trust him, but I hope we see him again. After seeing Jean off, you head to the office to plan the activities for the day. You can now talk to Robert in the lounge, and you can select this activity in the daily agenda screen. Alright, what are we gonna do today? First of all, you know guys, as much as I love Astarion wearing this outfit, I think we could use some changes. Can we take this off? Oh, we actually can make him take it off. Interesting. Alright, so what we're gonna do, first things first, pending projects. Mythical Gym. Okay. Mythical Gym. 20 tech, 0 contract, and 15 materials. How much do we have in general? I don't think we have that, right? Anyway. Alright, so first things first, Astarion, I love... We're not changing his... Oh, no, that's... Oh, no, that's cursed. Oh, no, that's very cursed. I don't like that. Oh, that is so cursed. No. I get vibes from that, and I don't like them. No, we're gonna, nope, definitely not black. Definitely not black. That does not look good. If you talk with Robert a few times, ooh, thank you for that heads up, Nivik. I will make sure to keep that in mind. All right. He looks so nice with brown, though. But white's his natural color. Alright, clothes. First things first. We're gonna have him wear a regular shirt, a tank top for once. It looks so good. No, we're not being horny on main. No, he's gonna wear jeans. Oh, that looks so good, though. No, that looks so good. Oh, it looks so beautiful. Oh my gosh, he looks so good. Oh, I'm sorry, he's going brown. We're gonna do brown. Oh my god, he looks so good. Guys, tell me he looks so good. Oh, he looks beautiful. Oh, handsome man. Alright, we're gonna keep it like this for a little while. Oh, he looks so good. Okay, perfect look for him. We're keeping this for a little while for the rest of the stream. That's how he's looking. Alright, so that's done. Alright, so now let's manage the teams. So, I think I'm gonna send Coda to explore, and Asterion and Luke are going to do the R&D team. All right, so that's done. Let's confirm the plan. We'll do that first. No. Let's work on this project. Oh, okay. So if we do that, he can't. Okay, that's fine. We'll work on his plan. You and Asterion review your findings from the previous session. Alright, we have pictures of all the writings stored in the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford and the Herculean Archaeological Museum in Crete. That's a good starting point. We also have a list of researchers we can contact. I've organized the pictures in a document so you can get started translating them. Thank you, Mark. Let's get right to it. Oh my gosh, he is so perfect. Oh my gosh, he is so perfect. He looks so good. Oh my gosh, I love this. I'm keeping this for a while. Asterion begins translating the images of the tablets one by one while you type what he says. Asterion chuckles. This one is definitely graffiti of some sort. I'm not surprised. Archaeologists found Roman graffiti in the ruins of Pompeii. What does it say? Oh, it's very dirty. Asterion clears his throat, a little snicker breaking his decorum for just a moment. Majiris, your wife is a whore. 'Twas not Zeus who visited her the night and cockled you, but I couldn't even finish. Asterion could barely hold. Wait, do I have it on do I have it on auto? I bet you have it on auto, don't I? UI scroll speed window. I don't think I have it on auto, right? I think I do. Let me see. I'm gonna read it. Okay, we don't. When your wife is a whore, 'twas not Zeus who visited her the night and cockled you, but Conatus, the baker's son. The entire village knows, you absolute fucking moron. Oh shit! Old school shit talking. Oh crap. Asterion can barely hold in his laughter. And below here it says, limp dick piece of shit, can you blame her? Wow, the Minoans were fucking brutal. Am I? Asterion calms down. Maybe we can skip that one. I don't want the scholars to think we're shitposting. What does it mean to shitpost? I'll explain some other time. Basically, I don't want them to think we're just making this up. Yes, I agree with you then. As well, perhaps it will be funnier if they find out by themselves. Also, we'll probably need to come up with a cover story for how we got these translations, yeah? I think I read somewhere about prints of movies that were thought to be lost, which end up in some random guy's private collection. Robert will only be at the hotel for a few days if you haven't talked to him. Well, he said he's going to be there for 28 days. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind, Nivik. Wait, oh, I skipped that. That wouldn't be much different from what we have going here. That's true. We could say that we're art thieves and we can't disclose where we got these from. That sounds difficult to believe. How would art thieves come up with the translations? Good point. Maybe we could say we're independent researchers in contact with art thieves and grave robbers and can't disclose our sources then. You'd be surprised, but there are a lot of people on the internet who just stumble upon solutions to problems that have baffled scientists for decades by complete accident. And people who do independent research out of love for their discipline. That does not entirely convince me. You should think about it some more while I work on these. You spend the rest of the afternoon with Asterion, helping him write down his translations into the document, even letting him do it himself from time to time, to practice typing and using a word processor. By the end of the day, he has mastered the art of copy-pasting texts and images, and you both have your perfect cover story. Let's check in on the R&D team. Your R&D team made some progress, but no project was completed. Let's check in on the exploration team. Oh! Did Coda get new art? Oh, I like his art. It's so much better than his old art. Is it even the same artist? It doesn't even look the same. I love. Oh, this looks so. Oh, Coda looks so much better in this one. Oh, I love this one. Oh, it looks so good. It looks like your team found something. You found a poem reading a very old parchment, a small memento of Asterion's past. You can read it by opening the files in the menu. I am fine. Really, I am. The air around Histis' fire smells like sunlight on a carefree day. Asterian's fur, worn by it, takes on the soft scent of dust, sweat, and salt water. You kneel beside him to watch as his latest sacrifice is taken by the sacred flame. You place a hand on his knee as your warmth seeps through the Minotaur's clothing. He slouches his shoulders and releases his held breath. His hand settles up top yours, fingers splayed like a child too tired to make any attempt at being tidy. Thank you for last night, however. You helped me to settle all the thoughts galloping inside my head. You're welcome. You drape an arm over Asterian's shoulder, or as much of his step-wide back as you can cover. By the tips of your fingers alone, you pull him closer. Ooh, okay. I'm excited for that. Almost all characters will get redesigns. Ooh. I'm looking forward to that. Except for Asterion. Asterion looks so good. I don't want Asterion to get messed up, though. By the tips of your fingers alone, you pull him closer. He leans until his head rests against yours, a horn only just touching the back of your skull. Close as you are, you can't help but note... Same artist as before. Oh, okay. Close as you are, you can't help but notice that the smell of sunlight comes not from the fire, but from the Minotaur's warm fur. But peace cannot last. A pair of sticky feet plap up to you and Asterion. He grasps Asterion's index finger and tugs on it.
Asterion! Mr. Asterion!
Yes, Gruggy?
The lyre, can you play it for us? Zip don't want to dance.
I would love to, but I'm afraid my song do not go well with dancing. But the kobold cannot appreciate such things as mood or context. Even your funeral dirge can be a real toe-tapper to the untrained ear. Besides, the Minotaur's plans are sweet enough on their own. Surely the little deer reading as well. You stay up until their bedtime, enjoying Astrion's music and your guest's company. Asterion's music and your guest's company. When the time comes at last to return to your quarters, Asterion makes a brief stop at the reception desk. He tells you to go on ahead while he sorts out some paperwork. Exhausted from your cavorting, you leave the Minotaur to his work in favor of settling in for a night of rest. Wolf 1, the state of nature. Oh, is this the security guy we got? A new day's dawning is a curious thing. To many, the rosy border between one day and the next signifies hope, the endless possibility that the future holds, and the potential for a fresh start, whatever one's mistakes. Given infinite time, even the most accursed of men might find peace and work towards bettering themselves in the world around them. However, few have such a luxury as infinite time. To many more, it has no meaning at all, as irrelevant as the lapsing of one moment into the next. Solitary, poor, brutish, nasty, and short though life may be in the state of nature, it is nonetheless pure in its simplicity. Surrender is never an option in the war of all against all. Whatever vain ideas man may harbor to the contrary, one can no more remove themselves from the state of nature than they can gouge out their own stomach so as not to feel hunger. Such is life for man, the most spoiled and miserable of all nature's children. He has at his fingertips more knowledge, more pleasure, more comfort and convenience than his ancestors of years past could dream of. And when his decadent excesses catch up with him, however briefly, he plays the victim and whines to all that can hear. Occasionally, one grows sick of hurting others in incestuous ways, and grows more amenable to hurting them directly. One grows sick of pretending that the steak at the grocery store wasn't once a living cow. One grows sick of callow morality, of pretense, of artifice, and of structure. One wants to experience life for what it is, warts and all, without the need to justify oneself, moralize the immoral, or seek meaning in the meaningless. It is the simple truth that life requires sacrifice in one form or another. Even the plants withdraw nutrition from the soil. The air, the light, and water must fight for their resources amongst themselves in subtle ways. None are exempt from the struggle for existence, nor from the inevitable death and decay that follows. By that measure, all are equal. For all that walk, fly, swim, crawl, drift, or otherwise locomote upon the earth, dissatisfaction and change are the only constants. From that harsh mother, necessity springs progress in all its forms. For a forest, progress is a matter of succession, of hardy pioneer species like moss and lichen colonizing an uninhabitable area, before rendering themselves obsolete by their own impact upon the world around them. Built upon the backs of these tiny creatures, a mighty forest may rise on barren land. An apox community will eventually emerge that bears no replacement, at least until the next disturbance forces the cycle to begin anew. For man, progress is not altogether too dissimilar. It is the decaying of ideas, of skills of the people who practice them, in favor of newer and more efficient ways and tireless pursuit of an apex that shall never arrive. It is the replacement of the craftsman workshop with the assembly line, of singular tasks with divisions of labor, of fathers with sons and mothers with daughters. It is a succession of flesh with wood, with stone with metal. It is the supplanting of copper with bronze, of bronze with iron, of iron with steel, and of steel with carbon, nanofiber, and silicon circuitry. This is the forest in which man lives, the forest he has made for himself, which consumes and discards him. A living forest of metal and plastic, rubber and concrete, art and artifice, heedless of tiny tribulations and silent sacrifices, of insufficient things like moss and lichen and people. Progress leaves man behind. It usurps his work, wastes his life, and plunders his happiness from under him. Surely as the passage of days into weeks, months, years, and decades wrecks his body with age. As communities in various stages of advancement butt against one another, inequity and inequality take root and flourish as beautifully as any poison flower, and as natural as the innate difference between predator and prey. For such animals, progress is simple. It is merely earning the right to exist for another day, the right to live purposely, to be, cannot be taken away except with a bloody fight for supremacy, tooth and claw, horn and hoof. Or, of course, by the whims of fate, disturbances, and disasters of all kinds. Animals don't have to think about things like that. Men do. Let us turn our attention now back to nature. Here we see a lone male wolf greeting the new day with a yawn. From the cave in which he has slept, he awakes to tittering birdsong, utterly unconcerned with anything resembling the human condition, modernity, or the creeping existential despair that accompany them. His lot is a simple one, but not without its fair share of difficulties. Befraught of a pack to support him, he must find food for himself with his own strength and cunning. And when prey is often larger than you, hunting them alone can be a dangerous prospect, if not an outright impossibility. He can be thankful, however, small and medium-sized game are relatively plentiful in the area in which he lives. Likewise, so long as he does not encroach too boldly upon the territory of the other wolves in the area, he is free to scavenge leftover meat from their kills for as long as it is available. He sticks to the fridges as best he can, scent marking just enough trees to ward off the occasional trespasser. He knows full well that to cross into the heart of another's territory means a fight to the death, as to the other wolves. If he is found out and cannot beat the odds, he will have to abandon his home. Occasionally, an older female past her breeding years will wander in, or a younger wolf dispersing from their parents' pack, but the chances of being adopted are slim to none for any and all wanderers. They can only follow their nose to an unoccupied area and hope that the game there can sustain them as he has done. Once he has satisfied his need for food and water, he will patrol his little territory until he tires. This is the nature of his existence as a wolf. Wolves, like men, always take more than they need to survive, and as the conditions of survival grow ever more stringent, so too does our greed grow in kind. A pack's territory naturally expands when food is scarce, and contracts when it is plentiful. He sniffs the air and grumbles lowly to himself, incensed at the presence of other wolves nearby. He has smelled them before, but never this close, never this frequently, and never as flagrant in their disregard for his land claim. He is, as they are, as used to the cycle of feast and famine as one can be. He was built to endure long periods of starvation. Even so, it has become a week since last he fed on anything of substance, and hunger gnaws him to the bones. Circumstances have forced him to take greater and greater risks to keep himself alive. Now he must hunt large prey, ungulates like moose and bison. Fully grown, they weigh a minimum of quintuple what he does. The struggling can injure, even kill him with ease. However, all is not lost. Oh my gosh, it actually moves! Oh, that's adorable. I love this. Oh, I love this VN. I love this VN so much right now. Oh, he's so cute. I know he's a wolf. Yes, people, I know he's a wolf. Doesn't matter. Still fucking cute. At times like these, he finds hope in every drop of urine and nugget of dung that stains the purity of the snowy landscape with the scent of prey. With every exhale, he finds reason to despair as weighty fatigue escapes his body in a haggard puff of insubstantial mist. As he takes a particularly deep breath, he knows that his limits draw near. He needs a kill, and soon. He feels the frigid air invade his lungs, momentarily numbing him to the pain of hunger, but only for a moment. His chest swells full to bursting as though trying to drink down every hint of odor. There's a group of elk currently meandering through the nearby clearing. His chosen quarry is among them. He has stalked them for the past 4 days, patiently wearing down an old female straggler at the edge of her herd. Each time he gets close, she bolts to safety, but he follows at his own pace, slow and impeccable as death, waiting for it inevitably tire and fall behind again. Without fresh foliage on which to feed, she has grown weak, and as exhausted from the long winter and the chase through deep snow as he is. Weakness exists in any group, be it by a herd of herbivores or a pack of predators. Weakness is meant to be exploited. Though he is but a brute beast, he calculates the angle of attack with the precision and accuracy of any human mathematician. Once the herd departs the clearing, he will strike. In the open plains, he knows that a healthy, full-grown elk can handily outrun even the fastest wolf. Turning the terrain instead to his advantage was beaten into him long ago by the harshness of the wild. He remembers when a layer of thicker ice forms at the top of a deep snowbank. Hoofed animals cannot stand on it, but wolves can. His paws, wide and flat like snowshoes, help to distribute his weight so he does not face as much resistance while running. He starts to close the distance. The herd will spook, and if all goes well, his target will fall. Every ounce of energy is precious with the prospect of starvation so close, but he won't have a better chance than this. He has no choice. As it has been all his life, it is to do or die. His muscles tense as he prepares to make his move, readying himself for the explosive bout of exercise which he must endure if he is to survive. The snapping of a twig trodden underfoot is the sound by which his frail hope shatters. A mated pair of young wolves has alerted the herd to their presence, and the old wolf must make his mad dash to keep up or forever lose his chance. They're off in a flash, bodies heaving with the strain of sudden, desperate movement in the unfavorable terrain. The interloping pair circles to try and flank the she-elk. They move too soon. Though she is old and hungry, she will fight to live with all she has left. The female, lighter than her mate, moves in front to separate the panicking cow from her herd. The young male follows from behind, aiming for her vitals. The old wolf maintains a careful distance, close enough to keep up, but not so close as to get truly involved. He continues to conserve his strength until the most critical moment. The scent of blood reaches his sensitive nose and he loops through the high snowdrifts. As his eyes catch up, he sees that the young male had made a hit on the cow's flank, just shy of her perineum, too shallow to be fatal. Had he landed it cleanly, the fight would have already be over. The elk would, after a few minutes, die of blood loss or shock. As is, the young male must try again. Impatient to deal a deadlier blow, he takes a nasty kick on the second attempt as the cow continues to flail. It's hard to assess the damage, but he's bleeding badly. He gets back up in short order, forcing himself onward despite the evident pain. The hunt is not over so long as he has the strength to stand. The young female keeps studying her attempt to force the elk back, trying to use the old wolf's location at one side to her advantage. She is clever, even if he will not join her in the hunt. So long as the cow wishes to avoid him, he can be used to their advantage. In response, the older male begins to maneuver towards the younger one, refusing to play her game. She will steer the cow towards them both or nowhere at all. Though the younger male is wary of the stranger closing the distance, his injuries force him to pick his battle. He has the strength to fight both the elder male and the elk. Necessity sometimes makes for strange bedfellows, particularly among such social creatures as wolves. This next pass is their last chance to make the kill. The younger's male injury will not permit another attempt, nor will the older one's hunger allow him the chance to track this elk again. Their bodies coil, eyes sharp and ready for what is to come. The old wolf pauses to consider this momentary alliance as the she-wolf stirs the elk back towards them in a wide circle. In the short term, they allow him to eat if he helps them. In the long term, could the three of them be a pack? Could he fight them off if they refused him a share of the kill? Dimly, he remembers his first pact, his Saturnine seer and his many littermates. He makes his choice. The old wolf knows what he must do. A pack is a family, nothing less and nothing more. With fury colder than the alpine air that buffets them all, he resolves to make the interlopers pay for invading his territory and for the ruination of many days' labor. They will become his prey in the stead of the cow. Their flesh shall become his. He will, as the uncaring forest, consume them to prolong his life. Even if he had the time and energy to track this elk again, he will brook no further insult from these impudent whelps. He knows as a wolf that if he does not snuff out the competition, they will eventually breed and irps what little he has once their pups come of age. There is no warning as he shoulder charges the other male, knocking him prone right as the elk makes her pass. She tramples him in her escape. He does not stir from the bloody heap in which he lies, letting out only weak whimpers as the pain finally overtakes him. The hunt is over. The she elk lives to graze another day. As his mate realizes what has happened, she disengages from the chase and turns toward the elder male, jaws parted, hackles raised. He matches her throaty growl with one of his own before making a careful change of position. The two circle under their deadly dance, waiting for the best moment to strike. Though the she-wolf is clever, her opponent is larger and more experienced than her. He knows his territory and has defended it from her like for years. He knew that this fight would come. Their match is short-lived. The she-wolf's patience runs out first as she makes her reckless charge. He draws on his reserves and feints, fastening his jaws around her throat with brutal efficiency. Alright, those sound effects are a little worrisome. Though she desperately claws at him, he does not release his toothy grip on her larynx until she too goes still. He has triumphed. There can be no hard feelings in contests of survival. Both parties are entitled to secure victory by any means with which nature saw fit to endow them. I'm surprised this sprite does not have blood on its mouth or face. Small comfort though it might be to whomever comes up short, they can at least be said to have done everything within their power to survive. A brute beast has no capacity for entitlement, no sense of wounded betrayal that indifferent fate or capricious chance should raise one up and lie another low. For a time, even man knew that clear truth and accepted it. Whatever would be, would be. Whatever was right. As he catches his breath, his opponent's blood still dripping from his jaws, he surveys the scene before him. Two young wolves, one dead and the other dying. The older male can now see that the younger one's jaw was broken in the struggle with the cow. He can hardly breathe, coughing a bloody sputum into the upheaved snow. Even had he made the kill, he would not have survived, doomed to a slow and painful demise by starvation or internal bleeding. The old wolf opens his mouth once more and grants the second intruder the only mercy he can, a quick death. Content with his kill, he buries one in the snow and drags the other a short distance away towards a more defensible position near the tree line. Though he is monstrously hungry, he hesitates for just a moment, an unseen stressor making his stomach twinge. He sinks to his hunches as though he had swallowed a stone. He has forgotten something. Eventually, however, need overcomes him. He tears through the fat, through the muscle, and into the organs, glutting himself to the point of discomfort before stalking back to his den to sleep. His dreams are fitful and violent. The familiar walls of his cave seem to close in, dark and oppressive in the ruins of a collapsing house. A sudden sound, a rumble of thunder, jolts him from his meal, and the night wind begins to gust as though crying out for blood. He runs with his siblings in such a chaotic flurry of limbs that none can tell where one body begins and another ends. They scrabble hand over foot and paw over paw towards any perceived place of safety. Narrow passages of stone lead them out onto pasture land, and then into rolling hills. He wants to vomit, but nothing comes no matter how sick he feels. His pointed ears twitch as he hears a cry in the night. No one is quite sure who began it, but none can resist his call. Until their howling drowns out the cutting wind and crushing lightning, they will not stop. Together they defy the storm. One by one they scatter and disperse, drifting away like dandelion seeds on the wind. Their nightly howls grow fainter and fainter in his ears, until all is silent. A wet gurgle from his stomach resounds off the stone walls, and he wakes from his nightmare. The territory he risks his life to defend seems suddenly both too big and too small for him. Trapped with his thoughts, he realizes that he tires of being alone. He misses the worth of his youthful days in the countryside with his brothers and the safety of his father's den. He will find a new pack, When a wolf is stalking prey, they may travel 30 miles on foot in a single day. When one's prey is companionship, however, a host of other difficulties arise. Under normal circumstances, a wolf dispersing from its natal pack may travel nearly 600 miles before finding a suitable mate and an area in which to establish themselves. However, circumstances are anything but normal for this lone male wolf. He does not seek a mate as such, nor does he wish to sire pups, even though the season is right for it. He wants a friend. He has time to think while he digests his meal, insomuch as wolves are capable of thinking. He casts his mind back as far as it will go, and contemplates how to statate? Oh, I can't speak today. This vague and alien gnawing, different from the usual emptiness of his belly. However, despite this sudden disquiet, he cannot leave so abruptly. To set out aimlessly wandering in time of some scarcity would be nothing short of suicide. Even without hordes to gore him or hooves to trample him, his incorporeal prey can still kill. As with any hunt, the slightest misstep can prove fatal. Spring is still some weeks away. Dull thoughts diffuse of the Mandarin come to him in erratic spurts while he waits for its approach. When he was younger, he lived close to a human settlement. He remembers that they had beasts which freely moved among them. Lowing animals with horns and hooves, foul, fatter, or more succulent from their indolence than any he could catch, and squealing pig things which lacked the ferocious temperament and sharp tusks of their wild cousins. Humans always were much looser with their social hierarchies than most species. By all accounts, they will adopt nearly anything so long as the creature has something to offer them in return. He knows of the arrangement in abstract terms. The human provides food and shelter to the beast in exchange for their loyalty or labor. He can work with that. Still, it will be easier said than done. While there was a brief time in ages past that a wolf and human might consider working together on a mad survivalist impulse, that window closed long before he was born. Likewise, he has lived in isolation for so long that he has no bearings, no frame of reference that he may use to orientate himself towards the nearest village. If he is to find one, he must sniff it out. He leaves his den one warm spring day, belly full and spirits high, so deep in the wild. Smoke is easy to notice once he picks up the scent or sees a lingering plume. He finds only false positives at first, a few otherwise abandoned campsites with no humans to speak of, or old cigarette butts discarded by some errant human hunter. However, the weather has been clear and the snow melt has made the muddy ground perfect for preserving footprints. He stalks off at a middling pace, not close enough to alert any potential humans to his presence, but not far enough to lose their trail. By the time he happens upon a settlement, it has been many days since he first set out. Flanked on one side by mountains and another by shoreline, the village is in an evident state of decay. Rusty buildings, house-aging people, slowly warping and deteriorating like the wood of their homes. Forced by isolation to live off the land, they are the closest to the wolf's lifestyle. Among them, he will seek a kindred spirit. There cannot be more than 100 people in the entire town. Its construction bespeaks a long history of subsistence living. Built around a single central street that winds and slopes awkwardly with the uneven landscape, neighborhoods are small and erratically laid out, with so much space between each house that they can hardly be said to exist at all. He will watch them from afar to scout the herd for valuable targets. As with other groups he has hunted, the very old and the very young will be the most vulnerable to his natural weapons. An old man could always find use for a trusty guard dog, whether for something as mundane as fetching his slippers or as dramatic as keeping thieves out during the night. In a town like this, so far from civilization, it is easy to imagine someone blind or senile adopting him by mistake. Likewise, a young child might not know any better than to approach a wild wolf thinking to pet him. He would naturally have to contend with the suspicions of the child's parents, but so long as he remains subtly docile, he might be able to win them over given time. Before long, he has attuned himself to the podunk hamlet's rhythm of life. In the morning, there's a clamor of heavy-booted hunters and fishermen tromping off into the tundra in search of food. Later in the day, the unsubtle crunch of disturbed snow as homebodies tend to their steeds and their less able relatives. And as the sky darkens, the unintelligible nighttime jabber of human tongues wagging, scratching their social itches before retreating back to their homes. His first contact with a human, as a result, lacks any flair for theatrics. It is a simple movement of direct eye contact on one of his nightly rambles around the tiny township which shunts him into the spotlight. The human, mundane as it sounds, is simply taking out their trash when they chance upon one another in the evening dusk. Without so much as an exchange of fearful shouts for warning growls, the two hunters acknowledge one another and back slowly away to resume their respective lives. The wolf takes the human's gift to him, the bag of refuse that was cast aside, and drags it some distance away before tearing it open to sate himself on scraps. It hasn't the freshness or flavor the meat he is used to, but it is still an easier meal than it has come by in a long time. He is thankful for it. Emboldened by what he perceived to be a positive response, he marks the spot in his memory so he may begin his courtship with humanity. Though he cannot understand their words, he is upon their lips within a day, the crystallization of weeks of vague paranoia into present and palpable psychosis. He has ceased to be a known unknown, a silhouette stalking the shadowy corners of the perception, and as such they cannot ignore him any longer. The stage is set for history to repeat, and none can be quite sure of the outcome. Ancient memories are dredged to the surface, warring for supremacy. His dream of easy meals and comfort cohabitation against the primal fear which has, for the most part, separated their species since the Neolithic age. The hunt is on. The wolf awakens before dawn. He bids farewell to the fading starlight, his jaws opening, loosing a half-audible yawn as he rouses himself from his makeshift shelter, a rocky overhang in which he'd waited out the evening rain. His brief period of careful observation has told him that the humans will leave their own dens soon after the sun comes up, to make use of every hour of daylight they can. Thankfully, he is not bound by such lame senses. He would have perished long ago were he so poor-eyed, deaf-eared, and given to hypothema as men. Still, man has other virtues, chief among them an avarice, which bids nature to better suit his addled body. As such, an appeal to that greed will be the wolf's chosen diplomatic tool in the pursuit of this alliance of convenience. He has, in recognition of the human's gift, thought to reciprocate by sharing some of his most recent kill, a lone young buck that met its fate between his jaws after being driven from its herd. After tearing a hunch from his carcass to arm his snare, he deposits the meat at the edge of his acquaintance's territory. He will wait a respectful distance away, both to gauge the gift's reception and to prevent other predators from fouling his offering. If all goes well, they will make further exchanges of this sort in the future. It will take time before they are familiar enough to fully accept one another, but he hopes to persist until he has earned his keep, until he is allowed to add his scent mark to their own without fear of bloody reprisal. Oh no! Oh, they're gonna shoot the wolf! No, don't do it! He's just trying to live! Just let him live! Leave him alone! Just leave, both of you leave each other alone. Just move on. Move on with your business. Arcane as the ways of men might be to the Lupin mind, he cannot mistake the human silhouette looking down at where he stands from the second floor of its cave. He marvels at the frailty of his would-be master, bare and undisguised. He sees it back away, raising a forelimb towards its snub muzzle, and hears it begin shuffling around behind the thin walls as a change in angle obscures his line of sight. The nature of its bark are foreign to him, but he can sense hushed excitement in its tone. His breast swells at the prospect that his quest for companionship may end with the same lack of fanfare with which it begins. Then, of course, all hell breaks loose. His ears twitch, he detects similar motion in the other nearby houses that dawn continues to break. In the morning twilight, the entire town seems to rouse itself in kind from the wolf's epicenter, single-minded as a bike of bees defending their hive. The morning's rush has started early. The old wolf bolts at the sudden shift of routine, paws beating in chaotic rhythm towards the tree line. Later in the night, he will return to investigate what remains of his gesture of goodwill. For now, instinct dictates that he must flee. As might be expected of an interaction between predators, the flight of one instigates the other to chase. At hardly any time at all, the town has gathered a small force of able-bodied men to hunt the animal down and either drive him off or destroy him. It is for their own protection, they tell themselves. Conflicts between men and wolves have seen countless iterations over the millennia, though they have come a long way since the Neolithic. Guns have replaced bows and spears. Days of careful subterfuge and tracking on foot have been outmodded by vehicles of all kinds. It used to be that one could at least pretend that things were fair, that the gulf between man and animal wasn't like the space between heaven and earth. An old wolf can scarce compete with the innumerable advantages man's ingenuity has won him over the generations. In the distance behind him, the wolf's keen ears pick up the thrumming of a source of sound which is harrowing and unknowable to his simple mind. Though he cannot understand their functions, he can hear each piston firing in rapid succession, and each tiny explosion propelling the mechanical monster onward in its pursuit. Above, the birds share their sentiments, halting their songs and scattering about the wind in a flurry of fearful motion. He comes to a brief stop at the edge of a clearing, turning around to face his attackers. Golden eyes dart around, seeking any angle of advantage in what remains of his time before the distance closes. The terrain favors neither party, too heavily forested for a car to be of any use in a direct approach, and moist enough to make the wolf's paw print stand out against the otherwise rocky soil should tracking prove necessary. The men dismount their vehicle at a distance of a few hundred meters, each one hoping to make the killing shot. The elders fan out to seek an optimal angle, looking for vantage points with which to secure their victory. One younger than the others boasts that he can make it from where he stands. The others scoff in response, but make no attempt to dissuade the glory-hungry youth from his attempt. He will either succeed or else learn to temper his tongue. Hunting for men as well as wolves is a realm in which the difference of a few millimeters can alter a killing blow into an ineffectual waste of effort. Breath must be measured, wind and weather must be accounted for, coiling of the muscles must be balanced against sweat upon the hands. Eyes are made to squint, whether down a scope at a dangerous beast or a muzzle at a deer's hindquarters. There is seldom margin for error. The young man pulls the bolt back, drawing a round out of the magazine and into the chamber. Bracing the butt of his rifle against his shoulder, he steadies his aim, checks his sight picture, and pulls the trigger. Only to be interrupted, sabotaged by a purposeful flick to his gun's barrel from one of his seniors. The results speak for themselves. The old wolf lets out a petitious whine as the discharged bullet grazes his right side, a hair's breadth from lodging itself into his chest cavity. The men behind him immediately erupt into a heated argument, shouting and coming to blows at such betrayal. But the old wolf moves on with the thunderous echo of gunfire in his ears. He sprints towards safety at breakneck speed, moving with such haste that the light reaching his eyes becomes a graying smear of nonsense information. He knows nothing of firearms, nor of how he came to harm at such a distance, but he understands well enough to run as fast and as far as his legs will carry him. At times, fear overtakes all else. Like a flame, it melts away and purifies the unnecessary element of conscious thought, leaving only the pursuit of survival. Whatever limited cognition the wolf has, his whole body throbs with this sort of desperate, confused vigor, unable to process anything behind the necessary motion of his limbs. He hardly registers a change in the soil's texture beneath his paws, or the sudden harshness of the sun's rays behind his back. Oh, he's gonna enter the hotel! When he comes to a stop, there are no humans in sight, nor is there a trace of the sea of trees and ice to which he had become accustomed. Somehow he has found his way from his home into the frigid taiga to an expanse of arid shrubland. Still, necessity forbids him linger to appraise his new surroundings. The hot sand scorches his paws, and the cruel sun threatens to set his cold, dark fur ablaze like so much kindling. He lopes on, wheezing into the nearest source of shade, a convenient pile of rocks under which he hopes to wait out the heat of the day while he reorientates himself. As the old wolf rests in his makeshift shelter, his keen eyes direct his attention across the desert sands towards another building. What modern day and more cosmopolitan members of mankind would likely recognize as a hotel. Every so often he'll hear another carnivore by and rise to his feet in preparation to flee, but none of the metal beasts discover his hiding place, nor do the humans riding them. Their purpose is as unintelligible to him as ever, despite the unity of their direction. Behind the baleful gunfire boom of the occasional backfiring engine, they are as thick with an unnatural stillness, as if the sun's heat had sterilized it long ago, and would not suffer it to be defiled again by the ragged rhythm of a breath. With nothing else to do, his eyes wander the wasteland, seeking any familiar signs. No mites, nor fleas, nor flies are in this desert. No herds subset on these mere shrubs and thorny bushes. There are no buzzards, no carrion birds to circle fresh corpses showing the way to sustenance. No clouds, no water for his thirst. Only the men and their solitary shelter on the cliff seem capable of defying the elements. The wolf reaches the appropriate conclusion quickly enough. Something is gravely wrong. There is an evil here, an unsuitable hatred barked into the very earth beneath his paws. He feels it whisper seething hostility to every sense as it sucks the moisture from his body. His eyes sting as a gust of wind cakes them with dust, and his nasal muscles are soon as cracked and dry as the riverbed below. He pants in a vain attempt to thermoregulate, but the napalm air brings no relief even in the shade. He burns. His eyes are glass. It hurts to breathe. Death before him, behind him, below him. He waits for death's sweet cool to make his move. The oppressive heat alone has kept him still. Though his mind races on, he has to leave. He has to leave, and yet what other choice does he have but to bide his time and let the danger pass? For all he knows, the hunters can still be on his trail. More than once he works up sufficient courage to start poking around outside his hiding hole, only for a passing car to make him retreat. Only long silence and gentle starlight can steal him onward on his journey towards the parking lot. He chances a brief investigation before he makes his way inside. The metal beasts are all asleep, and likely they're humans too. Beneath the scent of petrol typical of their species, each has no relation to the others. They, as he were likely, whisked away by some unknown force. The wolf briefly contemplates lapping up the evening dew that's collected in the tailpipes of these vehicles, but a sharp chemical odor makes him think better of it. Given the choice between thirst and possible poisoning, experience leads him to favor the devil he knows. Still, he treads as lightly as he can, unsure what fresh dangers the night may hold. Though he is unsteady on his legs, the solid surface of the tarmac buoys him up. Unlike the sand beyond, it does not give way beneath him when he moves, or resist his every effort through it. And as he gets closer to the hotel's entrance, a barrage of new scents gives the old wolf further pause. Layered atop the stink of a giant mini-humans, he can perceive the distinctive odor of livestock, and curiosity overtakes caution for an instant. If he can make a kill, the beast's blood could prove a valuable source of liquid refreshment. Even if it may cause some trouble to the humans living here, whatever strange means have enabled him to survive in this foul place will likely not suffer much from the loss of a single animal. His need is great. He stalks on towards the source of the smell, trying to obscure himself by clever use of natural blind spots behind furniture and sharp corners. He catches sight of his quarry first, only to freeze up, struck by the alien sight of a bull that walks like a man. When next he moves, sheer shock makes him forget to mask the sound of his footsteps. He attracts the strange creature's attention. Hello, is someone there? If you're looking for a room, I can check you in. Do not worry about the late hour, it's no trouble at all. The wolf doesn't understand the bipedal bovine, nor could he answer even if he did. Even so, he can sense a genuine tone about this bullman, and thinks to try diplomacy again, hoping to earn a place for himself among his herd by force of raw charisma. Perhaps if these men will accept him, he can be spared nature's wrath, and that precludes him from hurting this creature, however odd it looks. In the time it takes for the wolf to regain his composure and plan his approach, the bull has started his sortie from behind the desk. There's but a split second for the wolf to take control of the conversation before he's put on the pack foot once again. He will spare himself the indecency. I can't speak today. It's late. I'm sorry. He will spare himself the indignity of showing the stranger his belly. Until he has confirmed the bull's intentions, he has no wish to make himself more vulnerable than necessary. Instead, he opts for a simpler gesture of greeting, the Lupin equivalent of a firm, masculine handshake. Lurching forward into the bull's arms, he closes the distance, ensnaring the other male muzzle in his own before slipping his tongue inside. The height difference makes the position a bit difficult, but the old wolf continues undeterred, relishing what little moisture he can steal as he swallows his partner's spit. A trace of something sweet and sour crawls in the bullman's. It's very huge. And yes, Nivik, this wolf is very freaking huge. Like, oh my gosh, like this wolf is huge. I mean, but it is a wolf, though. Also, I'm sorry, it's not my fault. It's OBS's fault, I promise. Whatever the bull ate for dinner, it had an array of complex flavors that are utterly lost on a wild animal's palate. Although that does not stop the wolf from trying to get more of it after a few hours of starvation. A long moment passes in this awkward embrace before the bullman recovers from his paralysis. The moment he's regained his faculties, he shoves the wolf away with a panicked thrust of his arm, sending the beast tumbling to the floor with a pained wheeze. The upright ungulate immediately sprints off, bellowing at the top of his lungs. Master, help! A wolf, it tried to eat me! Oh, no! Disheartened and deceived, the wolf rises to his feet. Unsure as to the cause of the sudden breakdown in communications, he staggers away in the opposite direction, disappearing into the infinite corridors of the labyrinth in search of a safe place to rest. I did know that about wolves. Don't wolves do that normally when they're greeting somebody? They'll put another wolf's muzzle in its mouth and lick at the inside of its mouth. I mean, I think I've heard that before, or seen it before. Unsure as to the cause of the sudden breakdown of communication, he staggers away in the opposite direction, disappearing into the infinite corridors of the labyrinth in search of a safe place to rest. A wolf has wandered into the hotel. You check your clock again. Asterion is taking an awfully long time fetching those check-in forms for the reception. Thoughts of what might be keeping the Minotaur meander through your mind, before scattering as you're overtaken by a jaw-cracking yawn. You're about to give him a call when you hear the familiar sound of his hooves approaching the room from the staircase. Mark, Asterion stops to rest and to catch his breath. Asterion? What's wrong? I was attacked. There was a giant wolf in reception. It jumped on me and tried to eat me. You can indeed catch a whiff of an unusual odor coming off of Asterion's clothes, the unmistakable smell of wet dog overpowering his usual scent of sun and sea. That's impossible. The hotel can't create life out of thin air. Can it? It is possible, but asphodel flowers are the only form of life the labyrinth can create, which should not become instantly aggressive towards me. Well, I don't remember creating any wolves myself lately, and you say this happened in reception? Yes. So nowhere near the valley. You took a good look at Asterion, and you say it attacked you? It jumped on me and tried to eat me. It looked fine to me, buddy. How exactly did it try to eat you? It licked my mouth. I see. And you're sure it wasn't just some guest's very large dog? Well, it was larger than any dog I had ever seen. Large enough to reach my mouth on its hind legs. That is pretty large, yeah. Where is it now? I don't know. I ran here, so I didn't see where it... The check-in forms. I must have dropped them on the grand staircase on my way here. Why don't you take a seat and calm down, Asterion? There's nothing to be afraid of, alright? If this was something conjured by the labyrinth, it would have done much worse to try to lick your face, right? I suppose you're right. How about this? Why don't you go on to bed while I go pick up the papers from the stairwell? We can sort this situation out tomorrow. I'm sure someone will run into the dog, and maybe we can ask around to see if it belongs to someone. Yes, I can do that. Thank you, Mark. The following morning, you inform your staff that there's a large dog loose in the hotel and tell them to get in touch if they find anything. Then you proceed to plan the day's activities. Oh, we can't visit the dog! Oh, I'm very... Oh! Ooh! Ooh, it's right there! Oh, the wolf! Where can I talk to the wolf? Alright, but anyway, let's talk to Robert. Alright, we're gonna talk to Robert. So, Asterion, you were gonna join... Well, actually, Coda and you're gonna go survey. I'm gonna be ending soon. That was a really long part. So, not much longer before I call it a night. Ever since Robert had arrived at the hotel, he had claimed one of the tables in the lounge as his own. He would spend hours there reading, seemingly paying no attention to the rest of the guests. In return, the others didn't bother him. They would throw curious glances at him, but not hold them for very long, not wanting to disturb the demon. One must wonder if he feels lonely. Seeing as the both of you are available, you would like to spend some time with him. There are a few questions eating away at you. Hi, Robert. Hello, Mark. I hope you're having a... Hello, Mark. I hope you're having a pleasant afternoon. I am, yes, and I hope I'm not being insensitive, but... Would you be okay with answering a few questions? I suppose it's only fair. Asterion did entertain my questions about his culture, so I should follow his example. Plus, I know how curious mortals are. I may not be able to answer everything, but ask away. For starters, I wanted to know a bit about where you're from. I assume it's Hell? Hell? Now, that is more complicated than you may imagine. Pardon the pun, but afterlife affairs are nothing short of labyrinthine. I am from a hell. There are many, you see, and each one is different in its own way. There are the ancient ones, Shal and Hades, for instance, and many more which come to be over the ages. This includes what most would expect out of the current monotheistic belief systems. There is no single afterlife and no single hell. The one I belong to is a recent one, perhaps the youngest of all hellish realms. It may surprise you, but it's only existed since the 1940s. Oh, I didn't expect that, least of all that there be such a, let's say, young hell. If you don't mind me asking, what it's like there? What's it like there? Wretched as one would expect, but not in the predictable ways. You see, the hell I'm from is called Nuremberg, and our jurisdiction encompasses crimes of scale. The 20th century brought about unprecedented potential for harm, you see. Nowadays, hundreds of thousands of lives can be harmed irreversibly with a single click. The traditional afterlives were ill-equipped to deal with those matters. The chain of cause and effect is too long, the attenuating circumstances too important. And so, Nuremberg was created to judge and house both the perpetrators of crimes of scale and their victims, if they were robbed of the condition that would grant them salvation, that is. To put it bluntly, one can be so massacred by circumstances that they never stood a chance. The perpetrators toil so that their victims may yet achieve salvation. A very unorthodox hell. If that's not enough to assess your worries, you should know my role in Nuremberg is not unsightly. I am a prosecutor. I prosecute criminals of scale and by extension defend the souls of those they harmed. Now, Mark, do you still have questions? I do, but I don't want to bother. It's no bother. Please, go ahead. Thank you. It's just that I'm curious about hate. It's so... Can I hold on. It's so weird to hear about hell having prosecutors. It's very strange. It's very strange. I was not expecting this. Not only that, there are apparently multiple hells and multiple heavens, multiple afterlives. Very interesting. To the creator that worked on this. Very interesting theory. And I like it, but I like it. I like it a lot. I like it, though. Thank you. It's just that I'm curious about Hades in particular. Could you tell me more about it? Hades, as in the ancient underworld realm of Greek legend. What do you want to know about it? I'm generally fascinated about it, and I wonder what happened to it. Does it still exist? Oh yes, no doubt about that. An afterlife realm like that is very stable. Gods and divinity in general require worship. Many of the old gods have disappeared as a consequence of their dwindling followings. Which is why afterlife realms are strong, you see. So as long as their population worships their god, the realm remains sustainable. I'm not privy to any special knowledge about Hades, however. I know it exists and is doing well, and as always, none can escape from it. That said, there are no more worshippers. I don't think new souls are accepted into it. The gates closed long ago. Unless you are friends with Karen, that is. Afterwards, Robert tells you about the books he's been reading, and then you go on with your day. Let's check in on the R&D team. Your current team can complete a project. Do you want to complete your research or continue working towards something else? Ooh, build a fully equipped gym. Yes, please. Well, much has already been done to equip the hotel with the bare necessities, and you've seen more than a few particularly health-conscious guests jogging around the infinite hallways trying to burn off excess calories. With a certain dragon's endless parade of addicting sauces and sumptuous side dishes causing particular concern. Though all of them were too polite to say anything directly, the exception was clear. The hotel needs a modern gym suited for man and mythical alike. All that remained was taking the time to design and implement such facilities. Completing the gym was more laborious than expected. You assumed it would come down to instructing the labyrinth to create or clear a room big enough to hold all the equipment, and then generating enough properly shaped iron objects. Several problems arose, however. Catering to the strength of some guests proved difficult, and then of course there were the electronics required for instruments like the treadmills. Thankfully, Asterion and Coda figured out the solution to having the hotel replicate schematics found on the internet. Some of the components required precious metals which Labyrinth couldn't generate, but it was possible to use materials like copper instead of gold or silver. That could come in handy for future projects. By the end of the day, you had the gym fully equipped to cater to any possible workout program for guests of wildly different strength levels. You take it upon yourself to give your partner a tour of the facilities before they're made available to the guests, and of course to get a workout in yourself in the intervening time. You recall that Asterion once mentioned exercise as a hobby, and so he's more than happy to join in when you invite him along. Though you doubt that the Ancient would have the ancient world could have even begun to imagine the strides mankind would one day make in the pursuit of fitness, a part of you hopes Asterion will be able to make full use of what a modern gym has to offer. Endearing as wide-eyed wonderment may be in the moment, you fully intend to treat this session as a trial run akin to the soft opening of the realm in the weeks prior, with plenty of room for feedback and improvements. The antechamber is fairly Spartan, with a few sturdy chairs to serve the needs of those coming and going. Given the nature of the hotel and the service it offers, it didn't strike you particularly necessary to include a separate reception area for the gym. It is within easy enough walking distance from the front desk that anyone who wishes to make use of a private locker can simply ask Asterion for a key at their discretion. A row of sinks flanks the hallway, which divides the men and women's locker room from one another, meant for filling water bottles as opposed to washing hands. However, as you notice the Minotaur's eyes lingering on a series of containers and measuring cups interspread between them, he stops to voice a question. Protein powder, Mark. Well, how to say this? In your time, someone trained to be a warrior athlete would eat differently than a normal citizen, right? It's like that. Meat is a good source of protein, which helps build muscle mass. Meat was a luxury in my day, reserved for those who could hunt, or else for special occasions. Do you mean to say that the powder is made of meat dried up and ground down like wheat into flour? I suppose it could be, in theory, but it isn't. Try some if you like. With permission freely given, Asterion leaves your side to indulge his curiosity about this strange substance. After a brief moment fiddling with the lid of the nearest jar, the Minotaur measures out a tiny portion for himself with the smallest spoon available, turning the powder over into one hand like a baker trying to gouge the quality of flour by touch alone. Sorry everyone, I'm getting a little tired. Asterion sniffs at it briefly before extending his flat Bovian tongue to lick it up, only to turn his head towards you in confusion. Chocolate? In the modern age, diet is considered just as important as exercise, and to that end, mankind has learned to take protein from sources other than animals. Common examples are whey protein, which is refined from milk, and soy protein, refined from a plant of the same name. At some point during the process, flavoring is added to make the result more palatable. The Minotaur seems to shudder at the implication. His gaze takes on a tinge of discomfort before he turns away, seeking a place to rest while he grows accustomed to the burden of fresh knowledge. Plopping down into the nearest chair, Asterion covers his eyes with his hands. You rush over afraid that you have upset him, only for a slight smile to betray his true feelings, heralding the approach of an affectuous, good mood. So I am vindicated at last. Pardon? You may recall, Mark, that I was banished to my first labyrinth on charges of cannibalism. Imagine the stir would have caused were such a thing said in my defense. Milk is liquid meat, no different from the flesh of the teat from whence it comes. Plants, animals, and men are all made of the self-same stuff. By these tokens, we are all cannibals. Rather, there is no other option for us. What great and terrible secrets your kind have wrested from the hands of the divine. At Criteria, I was initiated into a number of sacred mysteries, but nothing like this. Would you like me to make you a protein shake to mark the occasion? Please. It never ceases to amaze how something so small can bring the Minotaur such joy. As such, you could do nothing but approach the coming task with some measure of ceremony. Picking up the thread of conversation, you walk to the sink and uncap your water bottle in preparation to mix Asterion a shake. And you note to yourself to add disposable cups to the air for those without the means to bring their own. Once you've done so, you begin by pouring out a small strand, as you've seen Asterion do so many times before the hotel's hearth, with all the straight solemnity of an elder monk inducting a new follower into a religious order. You place a finger in the residue and then tap Asterion forward to draw a little pattern in his fur. All the while, he peeks at you around the meat of his forearm, giggling like a schoolboy. Okay. Sorry, everyone. My internet keeps freaking out, and I apologize for it. My internet keeps doing it over and over again, but we're almost done. We're almost done anyway. I'm gonna be wrapping up pretty much now. Rise, Asterion of Crete, initiate to the Church of Gains, newly baptized in the Brotherhood of the Buff. Though I am but a humble acolyte of our order, gladly will I instruct you in our ways. Oh my gosh. Oh, so perfect. Oh, I love this so much. Oh, it's too much. Jeez. Oh. Rise, my fellow meat miracle, but only with the proper form. Our temple awaits us. Mass begins shortly. At once, Brother Mark. Oh my gosh. You had the hotel materialize some clothing for the occasion. 2 sets of tank tops, fingerless gloves, and shorts. You and the Minotaur go into the locker room and change into your new outfits. You give Asterion the red shorts since they match his fur better, and keep the blue ones for yourself. No, you can't do this, game. No, oh my gosh. Oh, game, you can't do this. Oh, he looks so good. Oh my gosh. Oh, he looks so good. Oh, he looks so good. Game, no, oh my gosh. Oh, game, you can't do this. Oh, he looks so good. I love it. He got a new outfit. He stretches and gives you a goofy smile before following you into the gym proper. He seems pleased with how comfortable these new clothes feel to move around in. I want this to be the thumbnail, but it's not going to be because there's a better thumbnail, but this is so good. I definitely saved this. As you get into a deep squatting stance, Asterion mirrors your motion, sliding off the chair and pressing his bovine forward playfully against yours. Rising together in such close quarters, you cannot help but meet his eyes, and you release your bitten lips from the toothy bondage of composure the moment you're clear of his horns. Laughter breaks out in earnest with all the joyous irreverence that men can share, and you walk on arm in arm at its conclusion, hearts feather light. Burdened as you were by the usual constraints of cost, space, and labor, the gym that you designed is a sprawling complex which houses all the paraphernalia one could expect, and then some. Machines of all kinds dominate the room's center, organized according to the body part their respective exercise most benefits, flanked on either side by areas devoted to different ways of keeping healthy. On the left side is a section of padded floor meant for stretching and warm-ups, accompanied by a few accoutrements for those interested in gymnastics and yoga, and a few adjoining rooms in which classes may one day be held. Beyond, a space for cardio, replete with treadmills, bicycles, elliptical machines, and even an indoor track. On the right are racks full of free weights, along with barbells and benches, to suit the needs of those interested in manual strength training and lifting. Abutting that, an area for high-intensity interval training with medicine balls, kettlebells, battle ropes, and so on. As expected, Luke had a lot to say during the design process, but to your surprise, there were hardly any proposed additions that could be readily classed as horny. Those that were shot down with prejudice and without a second thought. Still, his influence can be felt in a number of places throughout the gym, from the military-style obstacle course in the cardio section to the full-length mirrors along the wall in which to mare and be mared, in his own words. Part of you suspects that the Griffin will be able to turn some of his suggestions towards a lewd purpose regardless, but you've long since given up that battle. You can't very well stop him from eating the eye candy in a place where so many others will likely be doing the same. Far in the back lies the strongman section, filled with more arcade and showy methods of muscle building. Per Luke's request, there are a number of steel bars and other metal objects to be bent with the hands, old phone books to be ripped in half, and spikes to be driven into wood in tribute to the origins of the American bodybuilding scene at Muscle Beach. There are even vehicles, anchors, and anvils to be pulled and pushed for the mysticals whose baseline strength would eclipse all but the best that humanity has to offer. You even catch a spark of recognition in Asterion's eyes as he lingers on a series of rocks to be lifted and tree trunks to be twirled, relics of an age long past and a lone point of familiarity for the Minotaur in an otherwise alien landscape. Sensing Asterion's hesitation, you take him by the hand and lead him toward the stretching area, going through the motions of a perfunctory full-body routine with him. It takes only a short while to get yourself situated, and you soon learn that the Minotaur's lack of experience with modern methods do not translate into a lack of readiness to adapt and overcome these limitations. For a while, Asterion just stands there watching and attempt to memorize what you're doing as you complete a set. Once it's his turn to try, you call an instruction when you notice him starting to stray from the proper form. He seems to take the constructive criticism well and grows more confident in what he's doing with every rep. By the time the Minotaur has finished his first set, he seems secure enough to finish the remainder on his own. You take a position with the next machine to start working out in tandem with him. The cycle repeats a few times until you feel satisfied with what you've done enough for the day, but you're soon forced to realize just how gravely you underestimated the gap between mere mortals and the mythical. Asterion continues to exercise with all the enthusiasm of one who has not had the pleasure of meaningful physical excursion in nearly a century. After a while, you have to remind that you both have other duties to attend to today, only to be met with puppy dog eyes and cries of one more rep. Though you try to keep up as long as your reserves of physical stamina will allow, it's readily apparent that Asterion's divine lineage has gifted him an incredible physique. In what an assuming half-bovine package, there lurks both power to casually shatter each and every one of your personal records and endurance to outlast you in any possible physical activity. Were you a lesser man, you might begrudge Asterion his superior genetics to console your bruised ego. As the Minotaur finishes his last set and approaches while beaming from ear to ear, however, all such petty thoughts melt away. You've done what you set out to do, and that in itself is satisfactory. With newfound respect for your partner in crime, you totter back towards your shared quarters together, insulated from shame by a heady mix of pure exhaustion and camaraderie, but not before racking your weights and wiping down the benches as is proper. The thought surfaces as you hobble along that it might be inappropriate to head straight to your quarters without bothering to shower first. However, you're too annoyed at the prospect of climbing 4 flights of stairs to worry about the fact that you and Asterion both look like you just participated in a wet t-shirt contest. You take a quick shower and then go check on the exploration team. Let's check in on the exploration team. Your team got really lucky and found, 6 raw materials, twice what you expected. Oh, it looks like you found something else. You obtained a clay tablet narrating a man's encounter with divine nature. You greet it by opening files. That night, a whole new wave of guests packs the lounge during your usual dinner time. Asterion doesn't even have to bring it up. You can plainly see the agitation in his eyes. And so, you and your Minotaur roommate partake of that most ancient and revered custom, getting some takeout to enjoy in the quiet privacy of your quarters. During dinner, Asterion's attention is grabbed time and time again by his tablet, which lets out 2 or 3 alerts every handful of minutes. The Minotaur is too polite to check it, but you insist that it is alright. He types a brief response and then returns to you with a smile. Mark, you won't believe what happened earlier today on the internet. I was browsing that encyclopedia you showed me and I made a friend. His ears flick back and forth at the word friend. Glad to hear that. How did you meet him and what is he like? I was reading articles about flowers when I got a message from him. His name is Damonikos and he sent me such sweet words. Here, isn't he kind? Asterion shows you his tablet screen, at first displaying an assortment of deep-fried memes by one Lucas Walker Griffin. He taps around and finds a way to another message screen, this one covered from top to bottom in letters from the Greek alphabet. Asterion holds the tablet up to you, anticipating a giggle or a chuckle. He's already laughing in expectation of your reaction. I'm afraid I can't read Greek. Could you read it out loud for me? Of course, how could I forget? Just a second. The conversation begins with an opening all too familiar for any modern man, let alone one as well-lived as Asterion. Hello. Oh no. Hello, I am a preacher for this fraternity of the Lamb. I am spreading the good news. Do you know the word of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ? Ruin, disgrace, tragedy, and evangelist. One would be forgiven if their guts twisted and cringed in response, but the Minotaur seems altogether unaware. Asterion responds in all of his princely eloquence. Yes, I know words. A brother of the faith, a son of the Lord, a worshipper of the Lamb, answers the stranger. What is your favorite passage of the Bible, if I may ask? The Beatitudes? Asterion explains to you that these are the famous quotes beginning with, Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Before the conversation proceeds, however, the Minotaur reveals the greatest wisdom of all. I am sorry, but my friends told me I ought not to speak to strangers on the World Wide Web. But I am no stranger. My name is Damonikos, and I was asked to contact you in particular to spread joy and happiness. I do not know who requested it, but they identified themselves as a previous guest of yours. They were very grateful for your hospitality. After that, the evangelist goes on length about said guest's gratitude. Asterian's smile lingers even after he sets his table back down and throughout the remainder of your meal. I'm happy for you, buddy. But beware, some people on the internet might have other motives. If this Damonikos guy asks for any money or your personal information, please tell me. I will, worry not. Now that reminds me, this has led to me discovering something quite useful for us. The Greek this man uses, it is quite different from that which I learned in the early days of the labyrinth. I was expecting to struggle a lot with it, but turns out the hotel managed to translate a bit, just enough to make it understandable for me. One of these days I will try to, well, update the hotel's translation. I might know how to do it. When you settle in after finishing dinner, Asterion becomes lost in thought. At times he looks to the drawer where you hid Clement's letter. How's the writing going? Did you write down any poetry? Oh yes, I did. In fact, after I kindled the hearth's flame, I went to the garden to Lord Hades' statue, to the asphodels and dinty tree. I had the silliest thought nagging at me for ages now. When I was a boy and would scrape or injure myself, one of my brothers would rub dainty leaves on my wounds. I cannot be naive to believe that Lord Hades knew of my preference, but I sometimes wish he did. This may be the reason why such a tree grows by a statue. I felt such a strong emotion today tending to the garden. It reminded me of a poem I wrote long ago. I wrote it down again, of course. Astarion looks out the window to the crescent moon outside. Do you think Mark, Lord Hades, could have known? I'm sure he did. Must have been his gift to you. It's the least he could do for a loyal member of his royal guard and sparring partner. God caring about a mortal. That's very innocent thought, Mark. But I suppose, well, my good and wise master, it is your command that I believe your word. Should I bow down and obey? You should believe me because I'm right, not because of masterhood this or lordship that. Very well, sir. Truth or not, the thought alone brings joy. Wolf 2 from... Oh, no, we gotta... I have to stop. I have to go to work tomorrow. I'm sorry. We're gonna... I'm sorry. I have to stop here. I have to. It's so late. I need to get ready for bed. Jeez. Well, everyone... Thank you so much for being so patient with me and watching this stream with me. I really had a lot of fun with it. I'm really enjoying Minotaur Hotel. I had mentioned it previously. Gosh, I can't speak right now. Sorry. I had mentioned it. Ruthless route. I did want to let people know that I'm not completely going from YouTube. I know that I had posted about me, but I will be moving on from Furry Visualnovels for a while. But like I said, I'll still be playing this. I'll still be playing Minotaur Hotel. I eventually will get back to Familiar Travels and a few other VMs that I were already playing, but I am wanting to move on to new stuff. As you can see with this beautiful, lovely mic, which hopefully the quality after the issues I had setting up, hopefully you noticed the quality was good enough for you guys. I definitely want to focus on doing some more videos. I'm possibly thinking of doing some little silly videos where I pretend to be a character from a previous CN I played and maybe make little memes and stuff, you know, stuff like that. I'm excited. But with that being all said, this was great. We found out a lot of information. I can't wait to see what's going on with the wolf. Hopefully he'll be our guard wolf soon enough. Astarion got a new outfit that looks fantastic on him. We found out that demons exist and that there are multiple afterlives and multiple hells, apparently. And we also found out a very important thing that I think people are forgetting. So apparently the hotel takes in all lost souls, even if they're not sentient. Because I was not expecting it to be an actual wolf. I was thinking it was gonna be like an anther wolf, like a werewolf or something. So this is really interesting. So I'm really curious to see what other guests we will have show up in the hotel. But with that being said, though, like I said, thank you so much, guys, for watching my stuff. Once again, if you really like my content, feel free to subscribe to my YouTube channel. Or if you really want to help out and help me progress to making more content and paying off my video editing software and other equipment that I am going to be buying in the near future, feel free to become a patron. There are rewards for it, I promise. But with that being said, this has been a Fallenwolf. And I'll see you guys next time. Take care. Mwah.